a while since I could hold my head up high, and it's been a while since I said I'm sorry.
Warning. The Federal Communications Commission has determined the following content to be emotionally harmful.
Funny things that you think's funny aren't funny.
Give me cocks all the time. I want cocks all over me.
The Alan Cox Show kicks ass, man.
Welcome.
Show me what you got.
You're not going to see a lot of cocks on TV.
Alan Cox from the Alan Cox Show.
I don't know what it's about you, but I can't even stand your voice.
I think you're the biggest asshole alive.
It's gonna be a great show.
Let's kick it. I'll say kick it, and you'll just kick it with a tasty groove, okay? 1, 2, 3, kick it. Kick it. Come on. God damn it. Put you one time. Kick it. What the?
Alan Cox.
Here we go. He'll ad-lib. He'll be fine.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
Hey, what's up, gang? Good afternoon. Hi there. Greetings. Welcome. Fist bumps and high fives all across the board. My name's Alan Cox. Thanks for being here, as always, if you are. Appreciate it. Say hi to Bill Squire. He's right over there.
Hey, creepy hugs, everybody.
Say hi to Mary Santora.
What up?
Poundcake is back in Studio G.
Afternoon, white people.
It's a new day. It's a new whatever. I was having some Buzzard Fest conversations this morning.
Mm-hmm.
It's getting what?
Me too. I had some last night.
Yeah, it's getting very close. Getting exciting. Looking at the map, looking at the layout of the thing.
Rob said we can't have sex with anybody if there's other people in the camper that we're gonna have. We're gonna have
we're gonna have an
airstream back there.
Well, I've already made plans with Gavin Rossdale on the Bush tour bus, so
Ooh.
You are on your
Bro, that would
own.
be...
You are on your own.
Is he your gay hall pass?
I don't know. We're gonna find out.
I'm excited to meet him again.
We're not gonna be letting those cables sleep. You know what I mean? What, Cody?
I'm excited to meet him again. He smelled really good last time I smelled him.
Well, he's a man of means, and he's a man of, he always looks well scrubbed.
I'm like, you're not going to remember me, but I'm going to show you this picture so you remember me, and then see how that goes.
Yeah, let's see how that goes. When was the last time you spoke with Gavin Rossdale?
I didn't even really speak to him. I just took a picture with him. That was at Roverfest.
I see.
I don't even think I was on the show at that time. I was in promotions.
Yeah, again, I don't know who we're going to be talking to and when or if or whatever. It's going to be kind of it's a moving target on Friday. We will, I don't think the doors open until 3 or so, but gates rather, out there at Victory Park. But people have been hitting me up with questions, and I would just point you to victoryfestlive.com. They've got an entire FAQ there about what you can and can't bring. By the way, we're going to be doing, we do Show Your Buzzard a lot for extra goodies, whether it's an MMS shirt, maybe there's people who have Buzzard tattoos, but we're going to be doing Show Your Buzzard at Buzzard Fest for meet and greet passes. So dress accordingly, because we're going to have some Confederates walking around getting people hooked up with meet and greets with bands all throughout Buzzard Fest.
Not to meet and greet us.
No, they can walk right up and meet us. I mean, who cares? No. Show Your Buzzard for meet and greet passes at Buzzard Fest if you're going to be there on Friday. BuzzardFest.com will have all the details on tickets if you didn't win any from us. I think you can still get them. I know that they're really blowing through a lot of those tickets, but I would go to BuzzardFest.com. Again, as far as we will not be doing our show at Buzzard Fest. It's going to be kind of a rotating, people dipping in and out in the microphone. So I know
similar to what happened on St. Patrick's
St. Patty's Day, yep. We were at the Clevelander. So Stansbury's going to be there. Tony, our overnight guy, is going to be there. We will be there. I don't know when people are getting there. But we all I don't is Poundcake going? Poundcake's going. He just said he's going to show Gavin Rossdale some photo from 10 years ago and
yeah, I'm going.
Jog his memory. All right.
I was planning on getting there around noon.
Around noon. Okay.
I'm going to still work my morning job and then I'll come after 1.
All right. Yeah, that might be closer to when I get there. But anyway, we'll see what happens. But if you are still on the fence about Buzzard Fest, I can't imagine you would be. It's been 20 plus years since we've done it It's never been done in the tenure of any of us here, and so I'm very excited about it. I don't think anyone on staff currently at WMMS has been part of a Buzzard Fest. Nobody currently on staff here has been here for 20 years. Corey Roddick, you can make the case. I don't know if he was at the last Buzzard Fest, but he's on vacation this week, so he won't be, ironically, not be joining us for this one. But, yeah, Friday is going to be a lot of fun. It is going to be at Victory Sports Park there in North Ridgeville, and buzzardfest.com will have the details for you. Now, maybe you have a photo with one of these bands from years ago, right? There might be a situation in which you run into them. Some bands can be very cagey. I won't say which ones, but there are bands on this lineup who are not prone to doing press. Bands I would be very surprised if they come out and we have a sit down with them, right? It's just artists, operate in different ways. But maybe you've got a photo with one of these bands because Incubus is coming. The aforementioned Bush is going to play. Eddie Kowalczyk and Live are going to be there. Filter, Rich Patrick from Bay Village, Ohio. And Winona Fighter, that's going to be Poundcake's favorite one. It's the one he's committed to memory. Kaleidoscope Kid, Welshly Arms from Cleveland, Ohio are going to be there. And will there be surprise guests? Probably not. Nevertheless, don't let that dissuade you from coming out and joining us and having a good old time. Now, I was planning on going right past it, but since he mentioned it, I won't. If the Airstream is a rockin', knock as hard as you possibly can because it's going to be Bill inside with somebody. Is that the takeaway? Are we correct in
or by myself? We'll see what happens.
Or by himself.
It's gonna be crazy. Gotta make Buzzard Fest memorable.
Hey, what's going on in there? Oh, that's just Bill.
Just Bill by himself.
When you grab it, you'll feel how firm it is.
That's right. So, yeah. But, and a lot of these things, scheduling, things like that on our end, a lot of things like that can happen last minute. So it is very much a moving target, but it'll be fun. I think the weather is supposed to cooperate. I certainly hope it is because, boy, it's going to be tough because we are, and I hate to just drop this in your laps, but we are, if it starts to rain, all on tarp duty.
Oh, we're tarping?
What does that even mean? I'm not doing it.
A massive, massive tarp that the staff here at WMMS, much like a rain delay at a Guardians game, will be expected to pull a giant, giant tarp across the field there. What do you mean you're not doing it?
I can't.
Why not?
I'm not strong enough.
Well, none of us are strong enough individually, Mary, but collectively, the collective strength of all of us operating under one singular focus to get that tarp across that field.
That makes more sense.
Well, that's all I'm saying. It's supposed to be 79 and sunny on Friday. And you go, Alan, sure, but what about the air quality?
Don't worry about it.
Don't worry about the air quality. You can still breathe,
Buzzard
can't you?
Fest right, you'll be ingesting some stuff anyway.
There you go. You're going to get a contact high from the minute you walk in. So, but again, a lot of questions could be answered for you in the FAQ section there at VictoryLiveFest.com.
I think we should all do a drug we've never done before.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
No.
Well, there's only one I've never done,
Well,
and I don't want to do
cocaine
that.
day for Alan.
No, it's not cocaine day.
Have you ever done whippets?
Yes, I just told you. I've done everything except cocaine. Yeah. And the reason I haven't done cocaine, it's not because it wasn't available to me. I have no interest in doing it. And so...
We're trying to put on a show here.
Huh?
We're trying to put on a show here.
You put on your own show, mister.
I'm trying to get everybody... It's like the tarp. One of us on drugs isn't good. But all of us together on drugs
a joint effort
is great.
Good pun,
That's
Mary.
how we get things done.
Yeah, listen, one of us is going to have our heads on straight if I'm going to direct the tarp situation. We can't be...
tarp.
You don't think so?
And also, if you're on cocaine, you're going to be perfect for that job.
Not by myself. You'll have to, corral me or something. I don't know how I'll react on cocaine.
You'll be very focused.
I've never been on cocaine. That's Adderall. I've never been on cocaine.
Cocaine and Adderall are very similar.
Oh, really?
I have Adderall right now if you want one.
I don't.
All right, then.
Crush
Again, Not a drug
This isn't a crush one up type.
Wait,
You
wait,
open the capsule and
I thought Adderall was supposed to help with your focus.
yeah.
And I don't need help with that. So Adderall,
yeah, but you'd be
who
double
cares?
focused.
Huh?
If we need to bring that tarp out, you'll be double focused.
That's true. All right, stand by, right? Game time decision, Mary, right?
Crocodile. You've never done crocodile.
Yeah. I'll tell you what, Buzzard Fest is going to be a long day. First band's on around 3:30. Incubus Raps are on 11. And I'll tell you what, I want, by the end of Buzzard Fest, I want I want all of the skin peeling off my forearm from my day-long crocodile binge.
Mm-hmm.
You don't hear much about crocodile anymore, do you?
No.
That's
that
one
was,
that they
that
kind
was
of
like one summer, and that was
yeah,
it.
it had a hot summer, hot crocodile summer, and they kind of tossed it out there to get everybody freaked out. It's like the Bermuda Triangle, right? When you were a kid, you thought the Bermuda Triangle was going to be a really big deal when you got older, and it's just not. So
That and quicksand and just all sorts of...
maybe crocodile
like
was
that.
lost in the Bermuda Triangle. I don't know.
Maybe. What about... You've done meth?
Yes, I have done methamphetamines, yes.
Okay.
What
Like
about
smoked meth?
What huh?
Have you smoked it or just like...
Adderall's technically methamphetamine.
Yeah. I want you to smoke it.
Yes, crystal meth is what you're talking about, correct. Listen to me.
I heard it's not that bad.
Who did you possibly hear that from?
One of our customers.
That can't be right.
Hey, man, meth ain't that bad.
Oh, it is right.
There you
All
go.
right, good. Meth day at Buzzard Fest. What about the Bemidji Triangle? I'll tell you what. If you're up there in Minnesota, steer clear because nobody talks about that because they don't want you to. Okay, I got a break. Hey, what do I have after the break? Well, I got Godsmack tickets coming up. They're not doing Buzzard Fest, but they are coming through to do Blossom later in the summer. So if you're a Godsmack fan, I don't think they've toured in a minute, but I will have those tickets for you. They're doing the end of September out at Blossom. 35192 on a text for something, and you can go to alancoxshow.com for everything else.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
On our free iHeartRadio app and your favorite smart device. Just tell it to play the Alan Cox Show.
On iHeartRadio.
This September, our iHeartRadio Music Festival is coming back to Las Vegas.
And starting Monday, you could win your way there.
Plus $1,000 spending cash.
2 nights, 1 stage.
A weekend full of superstar performances.
An incredible lineup.
Foo Fighters.
Fall Out Boy.
Kelly Clarkson.
Kane Brown.
Lil Wayne.
Lenny Kravitz.
Miguel.
Public Enemy.
Sheryl Crow.
Travis Scott.
Tim McGraw.
TLC.
30 Seconds to Mars.
Never seen before collaborations.
And once-in-a-lifetime moments you'll have to see to believe.
The iHeartRadio Music Festival. September 22nd and 23rd at T-Mobile Arena.
Streaming live only on Hulu.
Buy tickets now. Starting at just $55 plus taxes and fees at AXS.com.
And get ready to win your way there.
The Hartford Small Business Insurance knows that opening a small business is a great achievement. Thanks to all the owners for all they do to keep our communities vibrant and strong. Learn more about the Hartford Small Business Insurance and why over 1 million small business owners trust them. Visit thehartford.com/smallbusiness.
Hey, it's Rover. How'd you like to free up some serious cash or cut your monthly payments by $1,000 or more each month? It's not a dream. People here are doing it every day with Loan Pronto's all-new Equity Express line of credit. Listen, your home value is way up, and Loan Pronto can help you access that equity without touching your primary mortgage. You can get tens of thousands out with very little paperwork, and usually without an appraisal. With Loan Pronto, you can get $50,000 or $100,000 out now. Pay off all those 27% interest credit cards or personal loans. For every $10,000 of debt you consolidate, you can cut your monthly payments by nearly $500. Stop paying those insane credit card rates. Call Loan Pronto now. Get credit card debt-free fast with their super fast and easy Equity Express line of credit. You can also use the money to do some home remodeling. Call 216-400-8686. LoanPronto.com. 216-400-8686. That's 216-400-8686. Equal Housing Lender. NMLS 1661781. Subject to lender approval.
Hey, Mackenzie here. If you've been looking for a car, truck, or SUV that's in stock and ready for immediate delivery, you'll find it today at Ken Ganley, Ohio's #1 automotive retailer. With 23 brands, 50 locations, and over 6,000 new and used vehicles in stock, you're sure to find the perfect vehicle at the perfect price. For the location nearest you, visit KenGanleyAuto.com. Ken Ganley, we drive Ohio.
New
Brake Best Select Pro. Professional grade brake pads and rotors from the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Woo, are you kidding me? Mike, Deals of Destiny D'Amato here from Nissan of North Olmsted and I-90 Nissan. Just like everybody's favorite adventurer, Dr. Jones. I've been treasure hunting in search of the Holy Grail of Nissan.
Called an audio hate crime by Ohio Quilter magazine wasn't our proudest moment. The Alan Cox Show
On 100.7.
WMMS.
(216) 578-1007 to join us live. 800-348-1007. 35192. You want to send a text? Guardians lose last night, first of three, in Houston against the Astros. 7-3 was the final. They will play them again tonight and then tomorrow afternoon before the White Sox get here to play Progressive Field Friday, Saturday, Sunday. And the Blue Jays show up too. 8:10 tonight is your first pitch in Houston. Guardians, Astros, live on your FM home for Cleveland Guardians baseball. 100.7 WMMS. 7:40 pregame with Hammy and Rosie and everybody else. We were talking about the Pixar movie Elemental yesterday. Mary and I went off a little tangent about it. How it was, given the grand scheme of the Pixar catalog, kind of disappointing.
A little too serious?
Well, when it first opened, people were like, I was just reading this morning. People were going, well, Pixar's got a flop on their hands. It's not their first flop. I mean, they've had a couple along the way, but that's certainly not their track record. But they called it a flop because it made less than $30 million, which the money that they spend on these movies, that's a lot. Well, it has stayed in the theaters, and people have continued to trickle out and see the movie. And now it's earned $150 million, and it's going to cross $400 million internationally.
Dang.
Making it one of their most popular movies since the very first Toy Story.
That's hard to believe. That's crazy.
That's what jumped out at me. I was like, this is wild. Because, again, we took our daughter and we saw it. We were like, oh, it's entertaining, but, again, it's kind of a little bit...
It's heavy.
Well, they're all kind of heavy, but again, the thing that jumped out at me, this is like right.
Yeah, it's
there
not
you go.
balanced like the other ones are.
This is one of the first ones where like the main characters aren't kids, and so it was a weird vibe. It didn't have like
kids
marquee
or toys
names
or cars or there's plenty where they're not necessarily kids, but it's one where they're
grown people.
they're not existing in a kid's world. Like, they're not kid adjacent. Like cars, they're adult cars, but it's very much a childlike world.
Right. The inanimate objects that are
these are elements.
They're not silly. It's not a silly movie.
Yeah.
They're not going for the laughs.
Well, they are.
But they missed.
Well, it's just a weird it's just a weird thing. But anyway, Elemental has ended up just by sheer
I think lack of options too.
What's that?
There's not been a lot of kids movies.
There's not a lot of kids movies out. I did hear that the new Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles animated movie is fantastic.
It comes out next week?
Yeah, I think it comes out next week. My friend saw a preview screening of it yesterday and said it was delightful.
They got that I Like Turtles kid to come back and do promos for it. Nice full circle thing for this dude.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody remembers the little kid at the state fair where they asked him a question and he just said, I like turtles, which led you to believe that this kid was touched in the head. But maybe that wasn't the case.
Job, what do you think?
I like turtles.
Okay, you can't forget this one, right?
Everybody.
I like turtles.
That was
I
in
like turtles.
Portland, Oregon.
I know, though, that viral moment happened live on KGW broadcast back in 2007 from Waterfront Park.
They put the dude back in the
zombie makeup and everything. Yeah, you got to. It's great.
I love it.
Well, now, 16 years later, the boy who became known as Zombie Kid is reprising his role. Jonathan Ware is part of a new promo for Paramount's upcoming Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles movie. Check it out.
Back here live. We just got out of a screening for Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles Mutant Mayhem, and I'm with my friend, the zombie, Jonathan. Looking good. Jonathan just got an awesome face paint job. What'd you think of the movie?
I like turtles.
All right.
Doesn't have the same zest.
Why don't you do it as an adult, though? I still like
you probably
turtles.
got a little bag.
I like turtles. What?
You probably got a little bit of money for that. Probably got it.
No, I mean like,
$1,500.
why do turtles? He goes,
That's
I
the
like
point.
I like turtles. Hey, he spoke like that because he's a kid. He's a
Right.
grown man now. It would have been funnier if he said, I like turtles. Yeah, and then walked away.
I enjoy tortoises.
Well, turtles and tortoises are different, Mary.
What type of amphibians? What are turtles? Are turtles amphibians?
This is not a teaching hospital. I don't know what to
It's a
tell you.
learning library.
No. Turtles and tortoises are different.
I think a tortoise is a reptile?
All tortoises are turtles, Mary.
Yeah,
Not
it's a
all
reptile.
turtles are tortoises,
You're a tortoise.
which means
You know what it means.
I am encased in a bony shell, if that's what you mean.
No.
Hey-oh. All right. Well, fine. You can always leave us messages. The Alan Cox Show After Hours line is available to you. It's 216-986-8903.
What's up, guys? You guys are talking about the 1 and 2 number bathrooms. I just thought I'd regale you with a tale about when I worked at Denny's. I was a cook, and somebody went into the bathroom. I don't know who, and in the men's room, and there was crap on the walls behind the toilet, on the floor, and I'm 90% sure there was even some on the ceiling. And my manager walks over to me, and he goes, "You need to clean that bathroom." I just thought, it was a little mop, whatever. I walked in there. I immediately turned around, found my manager, and said, "If I go in there and touch anything, I will quit this job and I will report you." There's my story. Hate the show. Love you guys. Bye.
Where's the rest of the story?
Did he quit? Did he report him?
That's my story. What the?
Half a story.
That's half a story. Went back to the manager, because if you've ever worked in retail or whatever, a story like that is not uncommon. Hey, somebody just destroyed the bathroom. We got to pick a straw here and see who's going to clean it up. And people go, I will walk my ass out that. Where's the rest of the story? That's you left us with blue balls there.
Yeah,
Narrative blue balls.
Story.
Need to know the rest of it.
Pee-pee's what I like to do. Pee-pee poo, pee-pee poo, poo-poo. I like to do too. Poo-poo, pee-pee poo. Poo-poo, pee-pee poo, poo, pee-pee, pee-pee poo, poo, poo. Oh, pee-pee's what I like to do. Pee-pee poo, pee-pee poo, poo-poo. I like to do too. Poo-poo, pee-pee poo.
There you go. That's just for you, Bill.
I think that is the new theme song for the PAPC. Is that what we call it?
The Poop and Pee Committee? Yeah. Commission? Whatever it is?
What I like to do. Pee-pee poo, pee-pee poo, poo-poo. I like to do too. Poo-poo, pee-pee poo. Poo-poo, pee-pee poo, poo, pee-pee, pee-pee poo, poo-poo. Oh, pee-pee's what I like to do. Pee-pee poo, pee-pee poo, poo-poo. I like to do too.
This is a
Poo-poo,
banger.
pee-pee poo.
I got to tell you, it's got a real holiday kind of vibe to it, too, right? It's reminiscent. I'm not sure if he's taking the melody from a holiday song, but there's something reminiscent of that. Imagine having to get dressed fully every time you wanted to go to the bathroom. The hell was that?
Sorry, that was me moving back my camera.
Oh.
So I'm framed properly.
That's all right. I thought somebody farted.
No.
It sounded like a big rumbly fart.
It sounds like it, though.
Like Bill's in the stairwell. Oh, such a good fart. So good.
Someone from Japan or Korea shared that on their story the other day.
Yours?
Yeah, my fart, like my post. And I just was tagged in it. I was like, how'd they find this?
How did they find it?
I
Are
don't
there
know.
any hashtags on it?
I don't think so. It's so far back. I don't even know if I could find it again.
Good fun.
Like 2018.
Mm-hmm. That's Bill's 9th floor fart.
It's a good fart.
That was a penthouse poop.
So did we agree that my place is now called Poundcake Spin House, by the way?
Did we agree? Well, Mary didn't seem to. I still contend.
You can call it whatever you want. I just thought a penthouse was the only
unit.
Yeah, that it was one unit that took up the entire
Well, do we
top
determine
floor.
if that's true?
Well, then, if that's the case, if that's multiple units on the top floor, I lived in a penthouse at Bozo's place because I was on the top floor. It was me and one other guy.
Right. That's what I'm saying. I think you were in a penthouse apartment.
PC's penthouse. It sounds better.
Okay,
What was
but
the
dude,
other-
it's your house.
What was the other option?
The Pound Palace.
I like that one.
You
too.
threw out a bunch of them.
Not Cake Place.
We threw a couple.
Cake Place.
Cake Place. I mean, why not just call it Codopolis? I mean, that's the one that you always return to.
Yeah, that's my lair.
Your lair.
My secret lair, yeah.
Right, but except it's not a secret.
I know, but that's before I had an actual lair. It was a secret lair.
Do you have a sign on the outside of your apartment door?
I don't.
Hmm.
No, I like to be.
Should he?
Do you have a number?
Yeah.
What's the number?
I'm not telling the number of my.
They don't know the building. What's the number on your door?
64.
Yeah.
No.
Only 5 more, and he'd have a pretty good time. Okay, well, but you're on the top floor. Again, I don't know. I thought that any top floor residence was a penthouse. I didn't think it had to be a single unit.
I don't know.
Maybe I'm wrong.
I don't know the technical way that it works. I'm not a house builder.
You're not an urban planner,
But
or an architect.
when I think penthouse, I think entire top floor.
Nice. Okay, well, you could be right. How many other units on your floor, Cody?
Oh, I don't know.
But you're the biggest unit there.
I have the biggest unit.
Yeah, well,
There
that's
he
kind of
is.
what I was.
Good morning.
He did it.
I want to like.
Hi, everybody.
I'm torn between like staying to myself, like I want to, like I want to be a hermit, and like now that I have an apartment, I never have to leave, or making friends with my neighbors. Because we at Gay Bay, we made friends with our neighbors, and we were like by the pool together, and we would just walk in each other's houses. It was like a nice little relationship.
But you're also not 22.
They weren't 22.
I'm saying, weren't you younger when you lived there?
Yeah, I was like 26 to like 20.
What's his age have to do with it?
I feel like I thought you were much younger than that. I thought you were like college, like post-college age.
No,
but
this
like,
was when I lived.
Well, he's post-college age now.
This is when I had a condo with my 2 other gays. For whatever reason, that gays know where the best places to live are. Like we found this place and we thought it was a steal, and then turns out it was a little gay metropolis. There was a bunch of gays that lived back there. So we had a gay neighbor behind us, and then a gay couple like across from us. So we all just would hang out together.
Mary, nobody knows the struggle of the sexes more than a gay man, and nobody knows I'm sorry, the inequality of sexes like a gay man, and nobody knows the best places to live like a gay man.
I know that.
Well, he keeps racking them up, doesn't he?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, it was a awesome place to live.
So now you're like, well, because in an apartment situation, you have to go knock on somebody's door.
Don't force it.
That's
I'm not going to force it, but I'm seeing people in the hallway, and I'm going to be like, hi, I'm new. And they could,
I'm Cody. I just moved into 64.
What's the matter with that? Yeah, like a sitcom.
I don't know. I was.
You need a Kramer who just comes in your door whenever, right?
Yeah, I just want to make friends. Like I just want to know, like if we want to complain about something, like with the building or whoever parking. I have a friend. You're like, oh, don't worry about that. Like, we can talk trash together. Just camaraderie.
Yeah.
We both own our place, or we both rent our place. We're friends. You're on a lower level than me, but we're friends.
I never lived in like a young, hip spot when I was young, and I had apartments. Apartment buildings were always like older people. Like Bill, his building.
It's old.
The median age is because it's people that have been there for 100 years or whatever. The places I lived in, I mean, it was pretty transient, but it was kind of like. It was always older people. It wasn't like I'd knock on my neighbor's doors like, hey, what's up? Come on in. It wasn't like that.
My divorce apartment, the guy across the hall was another comic. But he wasn't like, I never saw him a lot to begin with until I moved in and he was across the hall. So mostly that was me banging on his door hammered at 3 a.m. Like, Bob, you have any pizza?
Oh,
like,
my God.
Yeah.
God, so you were the worst neighbor.
Him. Well, because I knew him. I wouldn't do that to a random stranger.
No, I know people too. I don't want them banging on my door at 3 a.m. asking for pizza.
Right. Yeah, that's also the difference.
Right, but he wasn't. Was he an alcoholic?
He liked to drink.
Oh, well.
I mean, there were plenty of times where we would just get hammered.
I see.
Did he bang on your door?
No. That was a one-way ticket.
Right.
But he almost always had frozen pizza, which is, you can't let me know that because I'm going to show up and need some pizza.
This poor guy's pretending he's not home all the time. Yeah. He's just hiding on the other side of the door.
He had the 2-bedroom version of my apartment, and I was like, my goodness, look at this guy living life.
Oh, he's got a whole extra bedroom.
Unbelievable.
And only one person.
Yeah, there was, when I was moving in, there was a girl on like the little balcony area. Or terrace, whatever, place with the steps. And I was walking up, and she was taking a selfie. And she's like, "Oh, don't mind me." She's like, "I never take selfies." And she was like, "I'm just trying to find a proper lighting." I said, "Awesome, sweet." And I was in the middle of something, so I didn't really introduce myself. But I saw her again later that day as she was walking in, and I said, "Hi." I was like, "I'm Cody. I'm in such and such apartment. I'm new here." And she's like, "Sweet, I don't talk to anybody here, but I'll shake your hand." And then she just kept walking. I was like, "Oh. Okay." hi, bye. So I'll see you around.
I mean, my divorce apartment, I guess that was a penthouse too. I was on the top floor. But across the hall from me was this old queen who, that's what he called himself, who had lived there for like 40 years.
Mm-hmm.
And so I'd see him in the hallway, and he was always dressed like, he had like a dressing robe on all the time, right? Kind of like a Liberace vibe. And he would always be asking me if I was, because I would be going down to do laundry or something. He'd be like, Alan, could you throw this in? I go, yeah, okay, sure. But when he would have his door open, I would kind of peer inside, and he had this just opulent apartment, like this impeccably appointed. You know when you look in someone's apartment and you go, oh, they've been here a long time.
Yeah.
Because, right, they didn't move in last week, with Louis XIV's throne in the corner. I mean, this guy had the kind of pieces that Poundcake would have sniffed immediately.
Oh, wow.
They reeked of history. And so he was like, I've been here for decades. And, he was very dramatic, but the guy was great. I was only there for about a year, but, I mean, he was so nice.
What's weird about my building is I'll see people on a pretty regular basis, and then I won't.
Because they die. But isn't there a bulletin board in like the lobby that says like apartment for? Yeah.
It's a rotating obituary.
Yeah. I don't really check any of that stuff. I just go, hey, where's so and so, and then I'm like, oh.
Yep. It's like working here.
Yeah.
People haven't died. They're just not here anymore.
They're just not here anymore.
Yeah, we don't know.
On.
Yep.
Hopefully to a better place.
They should send an email to the people who live on your floor. Hey, Mrs. Murgatroyd passed away in her sleep. Or Mrs. Murgatroyd choked on a piece of steak. And so her apartment is now available. Her condo is for sale and or rent. Anyway, I got way off here, but imagine dressing yourself every time you have to go to the bathroom. I was reading about this woman. It was you see a lot of romanticizing of van life, Gabby Petito notwithstanding. But a lot of people, if you follow van life accounts online or whatever, and I was reading this long story about this woman who moved to Toronto from Sydney, Australia, a young woman. She's 29 years old, and she lives in a van for the past 4 years. She and her fiancé have lived full-time in a giant Sprinter van, 72 square feet. But they don't have a bathroom. Like they're incrementally putting more things in it, like they have a stove now. But for me, it was the whole passage about the bathroom. She's like, we don't have a shower or a toilet. So we use the bathroom at the gym where her boyfriend works, or we buy coffees so we can use the Starbucks bathroom, which is really annoying in the middle of the night or first thing in the morning because we have to get fully dressed just to get to a toilet. And it goes without saying, these are people with no kids, right? I mean, these are people that were just like by themselves, and this is how we're going to live. But it's one of those things you kind of take for granted, too. You might not like your apartment, or it might not be, your location, but you got a toilet in there.
Right.
You got running water. You got to put all your clothes on first thing in the morning. Get out the back of your van doors and go take a dump.
Oh, horrible.
Think about that. And they've been doing it for 4 years. They're like, we love it. Okay, well, God bless you. Good for you. But they don't talk about
they love it.
Huh?
I don't think anybody loves it.
Aussie Mayor here. I love getting dressed first thing in the morning. I got a full bladder. I haven't peed in 18 hours. I sleep a lot.
Yeah.
And then you got to pull up to the gas station, hope that the bathroom is inside. When it's one of those around the back ones, that's dirty. People are usually dead in there. But you put your clothes on, you go into the gym, take a shower. Honestly, not that bad.
People are dead in there, you said, or it just smells like people are dead in there?
Both. A lot of overdoses.
Wow.
Maybe a little bit of meth here or there. I heard meth's not that bad.
So you're standing there doing the pee-pee dance in the morning, living that van life.
Yes.
And there's people in there that might be dead for all you know.
That's why you try to use the Starbucks instead of the gas station, but...
Well, plus coffee, isn't it just a vicious cycle? Because coffee's a diuretic.
I don't know what that means.
They don't have diuretics in Australia?
You're so confused by that, you lost your accent.
Pee-pee's what I like to do. Pee-pee-poo, pee-pee-poo, poo-poo. I like to do too. Poo-poo, pee-pee-poo. Poo poo pee pee poo poo pee 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 poo poo poo. Oh, pee
I can
pee's
see
what
this
I
guy
like
driving
to
around
do.
singing
Pee
this.
pee poo, pee pee poo, poo poo. I like
He's
to
got
do
arms
too.
going in
Poo
my
poo
head.
pee pee poo.
This is why I'm drilling it into people's
With his,
heads
like,
now.
13-year-old daughter in
Yeah.
the back, just
Oh,
like, what are you, Dad? Shut up.
Pee-pee's what I like to do. Pee-pee-poo, pee-pee-poo. I've got to take a break. If you want to send a text 35192, AlanCoxShow.com. We'll get some pictures your way, and we'll be back.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS. And everywhere you go on our free iHeartRadio app. An aquatic event 4 years in the making. Finally, the Alan Cox Show welcomes you back aboard the Nautica Queen on August 26th for Captain Fun's Floating Fandango. Ahoy! Gain passage on this epic voyage. Afternoons during the Alan Cox Show at an upcoming ticket stop. Or find and scan the QR code at any participating Bud Light retailer.
Hey, it's Captain Fun here. File aboard for a floating fandango on the Nautica Queen August 26th.
From the Alan Cox Show, Bud Light, and 100.7 WMMS.
This is Clay Travis. Here's what's trending from the iHeart Sports Network.
Presented by Mercedes-Benz.
Major League Baseball teams are burning up the phone lines ahead of today's trade deadline. They'll try to swing some deals before 6 p.m. As for the Guardians, they try to get back into the win column tonight. They're still in Houston. Cleveland remains one game out of first place in the AL Central. And football, Browns fans are being asked to pick the midfield logo again this season. Brownie the Elf is one of the choices, along with the helmet and new doghead logo. I'm Scott Davidson.
The fully electric EQS sedan from Mercedes-Benz is innovation on a magnificent scale. Available with the epic 56-inch touch-sensitive hyperscreen. The vehicle is all electric. The feeling is all Mercedes. Learn more at mbusa.com/EQS.
Amica understands every family and every individual has different insurance needs, and that's why Amica offers policies tailored to fit your life and the family that you're building. Yo, it's Dieter here. When your life changes, Amica's going to be right there for you, making sure your coverage stays up to date. My sister-in-law just had another baby. I told her, when you call Amica, you're never going to be just a policy number. The Amica representatives are there for you with genuine care and support. Go to amica.com, amica.com, and experience the difference that empathy makes. Because as Amica says, empathy is our best policy.
While other apps are raising the price to stream music, podcasts, and more of what you love, your iHeartRadio app is still 100% free. So put your credit card away and download the free iHeartRadio app for access to all the music, radio, and podcasts you love. Free never sounded so good.
For the ones who work hard to ensure their crew can always go the extra mile, and the ones who get in early so everyone can go home on time, there's Grainger, offering professional-grade supplies backed by product experts so you can quickly and easily find what you need. Plus, you can count on access to a committed team ready to go the extra mile for you. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
When you're clocking out and happy hour's already started. But you're clocking out and happy hour's already started. The choice to enjoy is easy. Bud Light. Easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Pick up Bud Light at your local convenience store today. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Pack Progressive Field when the Guards take on the White Sox. Get $12 tickets for this weekend's games and stay after to watch Rock and Blast fireworks presented by First Energy on Friday and Saturday. This offer is only available for a limited time and only at CLEGuardians.com.
Okay, true stories from Huntington with Jen and Mindy.
Somebody came through the drive-thru. I looked at the ID. It said Mindy.
You knew Mindy?
I did. I said, oh my gosh, hi, Mindy. And this person looked over and drove away, left everything at the branch. I knew it wasn't her, so I contacted our fraud department and had a hold put on the account.
Well, sounds like she helped save you from identity theft, Mindy.
Yeah, she saved the day. She was my little guardian angel.
Get more than money from your bank. Welcome to Huntington.
Real people compensated for true stories.
Water, fire, wind, mold. When disaster strikes your home or business, Paul Davis is your best friend on your worst day. Why? Because Paul Davis handles everything quickly and seamlessly, from cleanup to recovery to reconstruction. For commercial and residential property damage and restoration, choose Paul Davis, the professionals that have served Northeastern Ohio for over 30 years. Paul Davis, we are your best friend on your worst day. Call us today at 440-834-1155 or visit us at restorationcleveland.com.
Jake from State Farm here to answer your what ifs.
What if I need a policy, but I just can't choose?
An agent can help you choose. At State Farm, we're there for your what ifs. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. Call or go to statefarm.com for a quote today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877.
This is The Buzzard.
From the Barrio Tacos Tequila and Whiskey Studios.
The Buzzard.
The home of the Buzzard.
This is 100.7 WMMS. Cleveland.
It's time to give stuff away. It's time to give that stuff away. It's time to give stuff away. Give stuff away.
All right, so return to Sully, Erna, and Godsmack. It's been a minute since we've seen these guys live. If you want to check them out, they're going to play Blossom with special guest I Prevail from Detroit, Michigan, and Flat Black featuring Jason Hook. If that means something to you. All of them going to show up Sunday, September 24th, and the weekend with Godsmack and company out at BlossomLiveNation.com for all the tickets, info, everything else. This pair here for you. 2 for Godsmack for caller 10. Good luck. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
To all our men and women in uniform.
I've been a lifelong fan, 20 years in the military, come back, and to find your afternoon show is f***ing horrible.
Thanks from the Alan Cox Show.
Horrible.
On 100.7 WMMS.
Flat Black is the new project from Jason Hook, who was a guitar player in Five Finger Death Punch. There's a great documentary. I think he was in, there's a documentary called Sidemen or something about all of the, God, what's it called? About all the people who weren't official members of bands, but they were in like the touring band or they were in for a little while. Hired Gun is actually the name of that documentary. It's about 5 or 6 years old, but it's great. And Jason Hook was featured pretty prominently in that. Anyway, his band Flat Black is on that Godsmack tour for people not in the know. I had to Google it because the name sounded familiar, but I hadn't heard of the band. But there you go. If you listen to the show on iHeartRadio, on the app from outside Ohio, tell me where you do that. I like to know where people are posted up. We have Austin in Houston, Texas.
Love that.
Mary listens in Wake Forest, North Carolina. Steve is one of our South Jersey bureau chiefs. Willie listens in Louisville, Kentucky. And we have a lot of people in the great state of Wisconsin. You know, I grew up just south of the state of Wisconsin. We've got Fat Joe in Eau Claire. Melinda listens in Green Bay. Ed listens in the Rockin' Apple. Jake is in Sun Prairie. Jenna is in Janesville. Wisconsin is one of the states trying to roll back child labor laws. They're not alone. They're trying to do this in Michigan. They're trying to do it in West Virginia and Iowa. In response to grown men and women who are like, yeah, I don't want to do a job like that for that little money, more and more states are saying, let's put kids back to work. So until recently, every state, you had to be 18 to serve alcohol. You had to be 21 to be a bartender. And there's a lot more states. Wisconsin is in the crosshairs now because they are trying to pass a law that would roll back child labor laws to the extent that 14-year-olds would be able to serve alcohol in bars. And there are differing thoughts as to if that's a thing that should be done, right? And people who own businesses will do the whole nobody wants to work anymore, and nothing could be further from the truth. The jobless rate is at record lows, and a lot of people don't want to work terrible jobs for no money. And so in response to that, they go, well, let's let kids work. Now, I'm kind of ambivalent about this because I started working when I was 15 and I never stopped. But I wasn't in a bar. I wasn't serving drinks. You know, you go far enough back and it wasn't a big deal for kids to be working. But you see stories about like these meat packing plants where a 13-year-old is working at 2 a.m. and everybody's, you know, looking the other way until somebody gets...
Got a family to take care of.
Got a family to take care of. This is part of it, you know? I mean, you put yourself from the perspective of families that are... It's one big vicious cycle, right? But you put yourself in the perspective of families who need every cent they can get. Those families are going to go get out there and work. In Iowa, the minimum wage is $4.35 an hour. In Michigan, it's $3.84. In Wisconsin, it's just $2.33. So they're talking about now, if you've ever worked in the service industry, Mary Santora has, I have, Bill has, especially in bars and restaurants. Most of the people doing that serving work are females, mostly waitresses. And so when they talk about dropping the age for people to work, they're not thinking about like 14-year-old boys, right? So these states that want kids working in a bar, ask some grown-ass women how fun that can be, right? It's a really, really good time.
It's the worst.
When people get hammered. So anyway, so listen, when it comes to these states, a lot of them are red states. Let's not split hairs here. Let kids work, I guess, if you want, but you can't say anything about groomers anymore. If you want kids working in a bar, because you couldn't put them in a worse possible position to get manhandled by drunks. To have a 14 or a 15-year-old working in a bar. Again, they're not bartenders. They still can't do that, but serving the drinks. So, a lot of the same people who want to ban books on slavery and gay people want to roll back child labor laws. And that's not a coincidence. Right? Families that are not of means, to put it lightly. People who need a kid to work. You start working a lot, you're not going to school as much. That's the ultimate thing there, is you just aren't going to school as much. And the more people are uneducated, that's the brass ring for a lot of people in red states. Is to just create that next generation of people who are working for nothing. So again, these states are going to do what they're going to do. And there's a case to be made for, hey, we're not talking about 7-year-olds. We're talking about 14 and 15-year-olds. And again, I started working when I was 15 years old. I had to get paid under the table. I was getting paid in cash. And I never stopped. But you got to knock off the groomer crap if you're going to put 14-year-olds as bar servers in Wisconsin or West Virginia or Michigan or Ohio, the Florida of the North.
I just checked and they said they will not stop that because they're just using it as a deflection.
Nevertheless, can I get a judge's ruling on that? Are you sure that's what they're doing?
Yeah.
Really? Mm-hmm. All right. Well, that's why I'm so happy to see Flamey Grant blowing up. Do you know Flamey Grant?
No.
This is a drag queen who is topping the iTunes Christian music chart.
Oh, I did actually hear about this. I didn't.
All you had to say was she was topping. That's all.
Hey.
Flamey Grant is a Christian musician who thought that it was in the best interest of that particular audience to see someone in that position. And there are other Christian right activists who are just clutching their pearls over this. Their undies are all in a twist. But her fan base put this music at the top of the iTunes Christian and gospel charts. She has an album called Bible Belt Baby, and the song is called Good Day. And this kind of started because people that were giving her a hard time, like Christian bloggers and things, were like, this is terrible and blah, blah, blah. And she responded, this is just the beginning, or, what's the matter with this being on the Christian music chart? So not only did the song not flop, it was number 1 on the Christian music charts. Here's a little bit of Flamey Grant.
That makes it just a little bit hard to reject the lies you perpetuate. But you're not the keeper of the pearly gate, and it's been a while, but I'm coming back to fight for my place. A good day to come back home. You sent me away, but I was never alone. You were afraid.
I mean, it's not the worst thing I've ever heard in my life. I would have never heard of Flamey Grant if that story hadn't blown up. But a lot of people in her fan base made that song number 1. Now, whether it lasts for a couple of days or a week, they're not sure yet. But I just like the name. I love the name, Flamey Grant. Of course, Amy Grant was a longtime Christian artist. She kind of crossed over, though, into... Did Amy Grant cross over? She crossed over into infidelity. I know that. She and Vince Gill cheated on their respective spouses. But listen,
Nothing wrong
the heart wants what the heart wants. And they are together now. He's out with the Eagles, and she's out with...
Another man?
The flu? I don't know.
Okay.
But Bible Belt Baby is Flamey Grant's album, and it's doing quite well. So worth looking into, I guess. The world's first full-length contemporary Christian album by a drag performer. And you've got a handful of shows coming up. A shame-slaying, I'm just reading from the website. A shame-slaying, hip-swaying, singing, songwriting queen. A gospel and roots musician from the Bible Belt. And it says right there, if you want to sign up for the Hot Goss. Now, I must tell you, I have already filed copyright infringement paperwork.
As you should.
On behalf of our own Perez Bilton.
Appreciate you doing that.
Who will join us in about an hour and change. But she'll be doing a number of shows. And a lot of these, you kind of got to give her credit because, you got to fish where the fish are. And so she's doing shows at churches and things.
Well, there's a lot of churches that aren't against this stuff.
Right.
How you like that, Mary?
Yeah.
Yeah. Mary's not against that stuff either.
Right. But she always thinks that we're always lumping all these churches together. We just gave them credit.
I love that.
No, I have a church. I have a church near me in my neighborhood that has a pride flag on it. They're like, God loves everyone, no matter what. And you'll see that in a lot of Episcopalian churures.
Now, how do you feel about Jesus Camp?
I am so mad right now.
You're mad? Why?
I watched that Jesus Camp documentary last night.
That thing's like 15 years old.
17 years old.
You just watched it?
Well, so there's a new documentary series on Netflix called How to Become a Cult Leader.
I started watching
like that.
I started watching that at home.
So the amount of...
Poundcake's taking notes. You're just watching it for entertainment. Yeah.
And he's watching it at home. Does a good detail.
It's okay. The How to Become a Cult Leader. It's interesting. They do deep dives into Jim Jones and Charles Manson, whatever.
But that's like a goof, right? Like
it's silly.
Yeah.
It's like partly animated for whatever reason.
Nothing like making cult leaders into just like a silly thing.
It is kind of silly.
It's weird because it's part cartoon.
So I'm clicking around. We watched 3 episodes of it. There's only 6. And I was like, I'm kind of done with this for tonight. And Brian started to fall asleep. And then I saw the Jesus Camp thing pop up. And I was like, oh my God, Bill's talked about this so many times. And it's a documentary from 2006 that follows Pentecostal church camp. Literally the way that I grew up. It follows evangelicals, right? And I was watching it, and the first scene where they're like talking to these kids and making them all feel guilty, I started crying and then got furious. The longer that this thing went on, I was so mad at the Pentecostal church and evangelicals by the end of this thing. I was so mad I couldn't go to sleep.
If only you'd seen it first run.
This isn't the keep
17 years ago.
Dude, if I'd have seen it first run 17 years ago, I still would have been in the throes of this.
Yeah.
So the difference is, I don't think it would have had the same reaction in 2006.
You would have been like, they're just making these.
I would have been like,
this is all fake.
No, I would have been like, this is fantastic. They should get the word out about children trying to preach the gospel and, go out there and spread the word. But watching it so far removed from that lifestyle, it made me so incredibly sad for those kids because I remember being that kid and being lied to. You don't know you're being lied to at the time. But the one scene that really, really got me was when they were like, all right, who thinks that they're a follower of Christ and a warrior for Jesus? And all these kids, they're like, dude, they're like ages 5 to 12. Me, I love Jesus. Great, perfect. Okay, who thinks that they want to spread the word and really live true for Christ? Me, I can't wait to do it. Now, who's a phony and cusses at school and talks back to their parents? And all these kids start to feel real guilty and feel sad. And they're like, these are the sins that'll send you to hell unless you come up here and you repent. And so they're like,
and you did that stuff. You talked back to your parents,
man. Yeah, I did all that stuff. But they friggin' indoctrinate you. And I don't know, man. It made me so mad to see it from the other side.
Mhm.
You know what I mean? To see it being removed from the situation, because my entire childhood, I went to church camp every year from 6 to 18.
Was it like that?
It was like that. If you watch that show, if you watch Jesus Camp, it was like that. It's children at a summer camp praising the Lord, and there were fun things. We did, we still had fun activities and went canoeing and did stuff like that, but it was very much...
Pin the tail on the heathen.
Dude, it hit me in the way that I was very surprised that I was so angry. I was first really sad for the kids.
You got triggered.
I got heavily triggered. And I sat down joking. I was like, can't wait to get triggered. And then 8 minutes in, I'm crying. And I'm like, F religion, F these people. I was so mad I couldn't sleep, dude.
The one thing I'm not hearing in this post-mortem here, Bill, is Alan and Bill were right.
Because you weren't right.
Yeah, we are.
No, you're not.
Were, are, will be. Nevertheless, that's a wild movie.
It's very, very accurate. It is very accurate to what it's like to grow up as an evangelical. And what made me the most mad was that they were kids. That I was like, I remember being this kid, and
It's harder to indoctrinate adults. It's
well,
not
and that's
impossible.
what you should do. That should be the new rule of religion, is that you're not allowed to join a religion until you're 18. You can't vote until you're 18. You can't rent a car until you're 25. You shouldn't be allowed to have a religion
Once
until
people
you're that age.
reach the age of reason, you've lost them. Unless you have a red ball cap, and then you get them right back.
But that's what I think the new rule should be. And that'll never happen. But, like, you should not be allowed to pick a religion until you are an adult.
I will cite 2021's album Bam Bam. You should get baptized when Jesus got baptized at 30 years old.
I agree.
That
I agree
makes
100%.
the most sense.
Got some good sinning in.
Yes, you've kind of lived, you've kind of
Yeah.
learned, you've had your heart broken,
Got
you're
some
cynical.
good sinning in.
Not a kid, not a 9-year-old who feels guilty about saying a cuss word at school and thinks they're going to go
only
to
been
hell for
exposed
it.
to what exactly their parents. It's not like they're
Yes.
giving them a plethora of religions to be like, all right, here's all the different things you could believe. And now you're just drilling one thing into their head and going, and if you don't believe this, you burn in hell, you piece of garbage.
Would you say that I have a plethora? Oh, yes. You have a plethora.
Oh, you have a plethora.
Yeah, I was shocked at how mad it made me. It made me so mad I was shaking and crying. And Brian was like, what? He fell asleep during it. And he woke up, and I'm like,
That was when
sitting there.
Jesus Camp, Ted Haggard is a big part of that, right? Remember Ted Haggard?
Is he the pastor or is he the radio guy?
He's the pastor. He's the dude that, like,
He's
they
not
found
a
out.
big part of it. He's in
I just
the
remember
last
him
5
in that.
minutes.
Oh, okay. I remember him in that.
He's barely a part of it.
He was the guy that they found out was doing, like, meth with male prostitutes in hotel rooms and stuff.
Yeah, they're always doing cool stuff. They're always doing all this fun
things.
stuff, but then they're like, they have to live this double lifestyle. Just go smoke meth and hang out with male prostitutes, man. You're allowed to do that.
Yeah, it was.
Save that kind of behavior for Buzzard Fest Friday
Hey!
at. All right. Well, listen. Mary is out of 5 crucifixes, you give it what?
Well, I mean, it's
Jesus Camp.
It's accurate. They're not showing anything that doesn't actually happen. In the opening scene, the kids are doing like this dance and this song and they're singing, and I'm laughing, and Brian's like, what? Why is this funny to you? I'm like, dude, I have been a part of so many church plays.
You knew all the steps.
I was like, some of the songs
How
they're
does
singing,
it-
I'm singing along.
How does
Like,
it make you feel about speaking in tongues?
I still believe in that, but I don't think it. I think that it is a persuasion for children. I believe that it is something you can do if it's, the spirit has washed over you or whatever, but I think
We don't got her all the way yet.
my big problem with seeing it from the other side was realizing how much they took advantage of kids. And I know that sounds crazy that I'm 33 and I didn't realize it, but when you're in it, you don't realize it. You don't
you
know
say
that what's
they're
happening is wrong.
Grooming the kids?
Not grooming. That's not for sex
Well,
stuff.
a very, very heavy debatation tonight. We had a very Darrison by. Let's go to Terrace and look for the head of the pit.
A clip there from Jesus Camp. Alan Amy Grant is doing the Canton Palace Theater Friday, September 22nd. There you go. Tickets start at $40. She still looks pretty foxy. I got to take a break here. If you want to get a text for anything, 35192. After the break, if you want to join us for the return of the Alan Cox Show cruise, we're going back out on the Nautica Queen, end of the month now that we're in August. The 26th for Captain Fun's Floating Fandango. You got to win your way on, though, and we will do that couple of tickets after the break for caller 10 coming up.
This is the Alan Cox Show.
Everywhere on our
or wherever you get your podcasts.
It's time to give some stuff away. No, it's time to give some stuff away.
All right, join us, won't you? August of 2019, the last time we were able to go out on the Nautica Queen and have a delightful afternoon on the lake. It's the return of the Alan Cox Show Bud Light Cruise with MMS, calling it Captain Fun's Floating Fandango, because why not? A return to normalcy on a Saturday afternoon. We'll have some pops, we'll have some laughs, we'll have a good time. Matitude will spin for you. But you have to win your way on. I'll be giving you details on a couple of ticket stops I'm going to be doing. So keep your ears peeled for those. You can try to win at WMMS.com. You can hit the contest tab there, or get these passes right now. Be caller 10, be at least 21, and we'll see you on Saturday, August 26th for the cruise. Good luck, caller 10, 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
The radio program determined to shave Cleveland's ass.
No, save Cleveland's ass.
Oh, that makes a lot more sense. The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS. Cleveland.
Three 35192. Want to send a text for anything? You can listen on the iHeartRadio app. If you do that from outside Ohio, tell me where. I'd like to know where to put our bureau chiefs on the map. Right back here. See, I'm doing a circular motion with my arm here. I'll do wider, ever wider concentric circles. There we go. Well, I thought it was forced perspective. I didn't know we were going to actually touch tips there, but that's all right.
It's like that painting.
Watch the Alan Cox Show live stream where we touch tips.
Is that Michelangelo and Jesus, or who is it?
God creating Adam?
Yeah, that's what it is.
Yeah. If you are watching the live stream at AlanCoxShow.com, a doff of the cap to Blumwell Dockwafer, who's helping out today.
Doing a good job.
Thank you so much, sir or madam.
You know, we are nominated for a Cleveland Scene Best of.
I got a bone to pick with Cleveland Scene.
Let's hear it. Don't you mess up our awards.
You start. Go ahead.
No.
You start.
No, I want to hear your bone. I'd rather hear your bone than just be like, hey, vote for me and Mary.
Okay, so Cleveland Scene does this. No, you absolutely should. I wasn't aware of this until you mentioned it yesterday, because I don't keep my ear to the ground. Somebody's always doing a best of Cleveland in this town, and I don't always see them pop up. But Cleveland Scene does this best of Cleveland. And the Alan Cox Show is usually nominated for Best Radio Show. Thank you. I don't ever mention these things, because if you enjoy the show, you'll nominate the program without us jamming it down your throat. And I don't know when they do the nominations.
The nominations are in July. I think the voting's all through August.
There you go. This is the state of radio right now, and I don't understand it, because it seems redundant, and it really is apples and oranges. Okay, there is a best podcast category, best local podcast. Of course, you'll find the Bill Squire Show in there. That's why I went on.
We won before.
You did, didn't you?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I don't, are there prizes? I mean, the Alan Cox Show has won many years in the past in this, so thank you to whoever votes, and they do an editor's choice sometimes, blah, blah, blah. So in some respects, it is the usual suspects, right? So there's a best local podcast category, and I think each one of these categories has 5 nominees. So they've got like best college, best television anchor, best place to have a wedding, best Spanish restaurant. They really cover the gamut. And in their arts and entertainment people and places thing, that's where they get into local media. And so I go on to vote for the Bill Squire Show.
Thank you.
And as I'm going through, I get to the best radio show category. And so we are nominated. Rover's Morning Glory, obviously nominated. The Jen and Tim Show. No, I don't know what radio station they're on. I've heard of that show. And then the other two nominees are not radio shows. They're podcasts. So why are there two? They couldn't find two other radio
They couldn't
shows
get Jeremiah
in Cleveland
on there?
So I had to Google. So it's us, Rover, Jen and Tim, Trend Kill Radio, which I had to Google. It's like a weekly YouTube show. And then something called the RAP Radio, the RAP Radio Show, which again, not a radio show. I Googled that and all that came up was Real 106.1, which is an actual radio station. So just from the SEO perspective, so best radio show is 3 radio shows and 2 podcasts, but there's a podcast category. So they couldn't find two other radio shows?
Trend Kill Radio, I believe, is in the podcast category too. So they're double dipping.
So again, I don't know how this process happens over at Cleveland Scene. I've always gotten the suspicion that it's a combination of actual nominations and then stuff that the staff of Cleveland Scene is just into, and they throw them into a big barrel or whatever. But listen, if you're doing a podcast, God bless you. You are not doing a radio show.
Have you gone to Best Sports Talker?
That made me very happy because they have
Cody one of them?
He is. Cody Brown.
Shut up.
Yes. This is the one. He's got to win. He's got to win.
Oh, my God. Please.
Now, this I will absolutely, this I will implore our audience to vote for. So they have, so first I'm looking at best radio show and I'm confused because like I said, it's 3 radio shows and then 2 podcasts. Now again, these podcasts, they might be popular. I don't know, but they are not radio shows. If you're doing a podcast once a week, you are not doing what I do. So, and it's not your fault. Cleveland Scene, I don't know. They couldn't find 2 more radio shows.
They also do this based off of nominations.
Well, this is what I'm saying. I think it's
before this comes out, people nominate, and if that particular, quote, podcast got enough nominations, I mean, then they're going to throw it on the bill.
Well, here's the thing, though, but this is what I'm saying. The people who do podcasts are begging people to, hey, go here, vote for us, blah, 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 and that's how you get in. But there's a podcast section. So why would best radio show be 3 local radio shows and 2 podcasts? That's what confused me. It doesn't make sense. Absolutely, podcast. I mean, whatever people are doing, great, but they're not radio shows. A lot of podcasts call themselves radio show. It ain't a radio show. If your thing flops, nothing bad happens to you, right? This thing flops. I got to pack my crap and move across the country. So it's just, but they know that. It's not even their fault. It was very confusing to me. I'm like, you can't convince me that the people of Cleveland only nominated 3 radio shows. So then I'm like, well, where are the sports shows? Well, then I find out. It has its own category, Best Sports Talker. And
it's Best Sports
Talker
show, but then there's the Best Sports Talker.
This is what confuses me. I don't understand it. Just put Best Radio Show should be talk show, sports show, whatever, right? Why are there 2 podcasts in Best Radio Show? And you said one of them is nominated in the podcast. Yeah. It's very confusing. But anyway, Best Sports Talker, which is inexplicably separate from Best Sports Show, because it would stand to reason if you like the show, you like the person doing the talking. But Cody Brown is one of the nominees for Best Sports Talker because of the Poundcake Sports Break. All the other ones are the local sports people that you know and love. But
oh my God! I
vote for Cody Brown as Best Sports Talker.
Who else is in there?
The regular sports people that are at other that do the.
Is Hammy in there? Can Cody beat out Hammy for this?
No.
Because he's not doing like sports talk.
Oh yes, he's a broadcast.
Play-by-play.
Yeah, okay.
Right.
Someone sent me this last night, and I was like,
God, that's so funny.
Someone photoshopped this. It can't be real because I know we would have talked.
That's what I thought at first too. So I'm going through the thing because I'm like, well, I'll vote for the Bill Squire show, and then I come around the corner, Best Sports Talker, Cody Brown. So of course I voted for you for that.
That's awesome.
But like the other ones, they've been here a lot. Ken Carman, Rizzo, Anthony Lima, Dan Menigan. I don't know who that is, but absolutely vote for Cody Brown as the best. I would love, because don't they do a big thing? They do a big party.
They do like a best of party where they're
Yeah.
like the restaurants all bring their signature dish
There you go.
and there's cocktails and candy and all
Right.
kinds of stuff. The parties are fun. It's a night of free stuff.
I haven't gone in many years,
I
but
love free stuff.
But-
yeah, and guess what, Cody? If you win, you get to go to the party for free.
So, listen, all of the other people in this category have been on the air in Cleveland for a while. As long as I've been, I'm pretty sure. I mean, Rizzo's been here for 100 years, right? I do too. We want to send Cody Brown holding the Cleveland scene. I want him there at that finals party,
Yes.
mingling and rubbing shoulders, holding the plaque for best sports talker. This
We
is what
tried
I
to get him nominated in the last year or the year before, and it didn't work. But this year he was nominated, and I am.
I
so excited
want
about that.
nothing more than this. So,
This started.
vote for clevelandscene.com. You get in there. I don't know if you register or whatever, and
My dad will
vote
actually
for
be proud of
Cody as best sports talker. I really now, in all reality, given the competition here, I think it's very slim. But
No, I think it's very. we have a very big audience.
there's a lot we do, but there's a lot of people to split the vote here. Is what I'm saying. A lot of spoilers.
Well, they can all split the vote between those other guys, and then little Cody Poundcake Brown comes running up the side here, and look, all of a sudden,
Listen,
I don't know when the voting is done or when
it's
they
usually
announce.
like a month.
Yeah.
They
Okay.
usually give a couple weeks of voting before they go.
I
so
want
we
to
gotta
go
hit this on a regular basis.
I want to go into the fall announcing Poundcake Sport. When I intro the Poundcake Sports Break, I want to intro it as Cleveland Scene's best sports talker.
Need a new intro.
Or it could be
The award-winning Poundcake Sports
Yes.
Break, brought to you by things not even sponsored.
Oh my God.
It's a travesty that this thing isn't sponsored.
I love it.
But it's not. But nevertheless, I want to go into it with him having won that accolade from you, from the voters. This isn't Cleveland Scene, putting the sword on his shoulder. This is you at clevescene.com voting for our own Poundcake Cody Brown
Now-
in the best sports talker category.
Hypothetical. Say I win. Could you imagine the people that have worked their entire lives?
That's why it's so
That's why
good.
it's so
That's why
funny.
it's so good.
They know sports in and out. They're, they have such a passion, a drive for it. They know ins and outs of sports, and
Cody's over here like Gabrielle Union's husband.
Yes.
I love it. I love it so much. So
This is what I want more than anything. Audience, I don't ask you for much. I barely ask you for your attention. But to get in there and vote for Cody Brown as best sports talker so that he can attend this party that we've all attended in years past.
It's a fun party.
Some of us more recently than others.
they split the comedian category into men and women again. It goes
It's
back
like
and
every
forth.
other year,
Yeah,
it's one category, and then every other year it's by gender. So I don't understand. But Bill's up for best male comedian. I'm up for best female comedian. Just to clarify, in case people were confused.
Right.
Appreciate that.
But God, I hope he wins.
But I want Poundcake to win.
So
That's
Cleve Scene, for people asking, clevescene, C-L-E-V-E, scene.com. Just Google Cleveland Scene. And again, I think you can skip categories if you don't have any.
Yeah, you don't have to vote.
Well, there's
for every
right at the
single
top,
one.
it says best of, and then best of Cleveland ballot 2023. Cody, the reaction would be like how upset Alan is that there's podcast nominated. That's how these other sports talkers feel about you.
Well, don't get me wrong. I
actually think they would think it was hilarious.
I'm not upset. I was confused because I was like, there's no way you can tell me that there aren't 5 radio shows
Well, there's
in a
no
market
way.
of 30 plus 40 radio stations. There's no way they had to fill in 2 categories because there's a podcast category. Listen, it doesn't do anything for me whether we win or lose. What I'm saying is it was confusing to me because there's apples and oranges. This is not a podcast. This is a radio show that is podcast for people who want to listen to it later. But this is not a podcast.
Well, there might
So that's why it was confusing to me.
There might be podcasts that actually play on the radio, and that's.
But there aren't. Now, there aren't podcasts that are airing on commercial radio. And if they were, that would be a radio show.
Okay.
A 100%
Okay, well,
a once a week 1 hour show is not the same as me doing 20 plus hours of content a week.
For example,
and having to get ratings and generate revenue for a radio station. That's what I'm saying. That's why I was confused. It's nothing against the people who do those shows. God bless them. I mean, whatever you're doing, I hope you have fun doing it. But it's not a radio show. Now people are asking, why isn't the Codcast nominated? Mary's fishing podcast. Why isn't the Codcast nominated?
We've been working hard.
Yeah.
You know, swimming under the radar.
Yep.
If you find the... I'm having a stroke. Listen, we've been swimming under the radar, so nobody really thinks about it.
Did you say swimming under the radar?
Yes, don't worry about what I said. While we are incredibly popular, it is mostly amongst the fish communities. So...
Yes, but that's a very influential community.
But they don't have thumbs, so it makes them
Oh,
hard.
you meant actual fish.
Physical fish.
Oh,
yes.
not the fishing aficionados,
No,
if you will.
no.
The aficionados of fishing.
Right.
So anyway, I would very much like Poundcake to win Best Sports Talker in Cleveland Scenes. Best of
that would be so
Cleveland.
good.
You vote. It's because they break up by section. So they have like, I don't know what the sections are, but this is in people and places. I know they have arts and entertainment. This is in people and places. Best Sports Talker, Cody Brown. Yes. At the top of the list, you don't have to scroll. He's at the top. He's 1 of 5. And I would love for him to win to be able to attend that party.
It was my dad's dying wish that I got.
Your dad's alive.
Cleveland. I'm saying these are my competitors. Their dad's dying wish that they won Cleveland Scene's Best Sports Talker, and they got beat out by a little fruit cake.
Well, don't jam this up for yourself.
I'm just kidding.
Take the W. Hey, Bill.
Hey, Al, how you doing?
What up?
Hate the show.
Thank you, sir.
Just wanted to comment. You have a good point, but the point is, over the years, there's no radio shows left. You know, a guy making jokes by himself and spinning tunes. That's not really a radio show, even though he's whatever. I can't even think of.
But that's my point, Bill. There are tons of radio shows. And you know that they're radio shows because they're on the radio. That's all I'm
Daddy's
saying.
a radio show.
What's that?
Bloom Daddy could have been nominated.
Right. Yes. Jeremiah. Why aren't radio? There's 40 radio stations in the Cleveland media market. They pick 3 and go, well, we got to fill up the other 2 spots with.
But
doesn't make sense.
Not many people know Bloom Daddy. Hate to say it. Trib passed away.
Well, but I don't know how many people know. I'm just saying that's a radio show that probably has a sizable audience.
I've been listening to morning, afternoon radio for probably, 40 years.
Yeah.
And I'm telling you, born, raised, and staying in Cleveland, obviously your show is the best.
Obviously, Bill. No, listen, radio listening is very habitual. That's a double-edged sword, right? It's very habitual. But radio shows exist outside of drive time. Morning and afternoons, those are your prime time spots. But there are, every radio station is going to have half a dozen shows on, you're right, 2 hours to midnight, baby.
They could be nominated.
Could be, under what, I don't know. But
radio show.
Al,
yes.
Al, I'm going to have to research this. And when I'm watching the Guardians game tonight, I'm going to try to figure out how many shows are in, quote, the Cleveland area.
Well, you do a deep dive, Bill.
I will.
Okay.
And I will either call back or text the line and give you my research.
Right. Thank you. All right. There's Bill. He's out there. He's doing his own research, as it were, quite literally. Anyway, clevescene.com is where you can vote currently for the 2023 Best of Cleveland. All we want is for you to vote our own Cody Brown as Best Sports Talker.
Please.
To give the Poundcake Sports Break the recognition it deserves. Anybody else can do X's and O's. Anybody else can tell you, guess what? The Browns suck. Anybody can do that. Anybody can do, the Guardians need some work. Anybody can do that. That's not what the Poundcake Sports Break is about.
Listening to somebody that does sports.
We don't
talk
know what it is
90
about,
seconds.
but it's not about that.
He does 90 seconds of sports a week and he wins the award.
God, I hope so much.
That's what I want for him.
Well, that was the idea too, was to get him into that space, because there's not a lot of gay guys talking about sports on the radio.
That we know of.
No, that's not what it was. Cody was bitching about people that he went to college with.
It's the sports power
who
talk.
were
That's what it
doing,
was.
he was like, they do 2 minutes of doing a sports recap and they make $15. And we were all like, we will give you $15 to do a sports thing. And then
It
he
had
did.
nothing to do with him being gay.
No, and
it
then
was
he
a completely different
Oh, no, we
take
wanted him
on
to do the gay
sports.
thing for right-wing radio.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But this was, well, I will, because all of us, I think I might have even said it first. I was like, I will give you $15. And then all of us, he ended up getting like $60 or something like that from us. And then it became a weekly thing. 'Cause
Anyway,
he
vote
was
for
crying.
him at clevescene.com.
He's crying about other people. They do work for 2 minutes.
There you go. That's right. Never count somebody else's money. Drive yourself nuts.
God, I love it.
All right, I got a break here. If you want to send a text, 35192, AlanCoxShow.com. You can watch, and we'll be back.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS. And everywhere you go on our free iHeartRadio app. Rover's Morning Glory.
Doogie says she's going to start taking one of these weight loss drugs. Which
The
one?
Mounjaro.
Here's the headline. They took blockbuster drugs for weight loss. Now their stomachs are paralyzed.
That's not good.
Joni Knight has a message for anyone considering drugs like Ozempic or Wegovy. It's not worth it.
Every time Doogie's about to start a medication, you find an article and completely ruin it.
You don't want me to be hot.
Rover's Morning Glory.
Weekdays on 100.7 WMMS and 24/7 on our free iHeartRadio app.
Your afternoon drive is brought to you by the Ken Ganley Auto Group, Ohio's #1 automotive retailer.
SOS, I could use a hero right about now. My faith and love is upside down. H-E-R-O, where will we all go? SOS, I could use a hero right about now. My faith and love is upside down. H-E-R-O, I crave a hero. I crave a hero.
Give them joy on Put-in-Bay. Laughter jumping into the pool. Delight from a hole-in-one. And amusement riding a train, golf cart, and carousel. Plan your weekday island getaway today at visitputinbay.com.
Alter Bridge. Pawns and Kings Tour. August 8th, Jacobs Pavilion. Alter Bridge. Special guests, Seven Dust. And Mammoth WVH. Tickets on sale now at AXS.com. New album, Pawns and Kings, out now.
Are you kidding me? Hot diggity dog tomato here, and I can't stop barking about Nissan in North Homestead and I-90 Nissan, because it's the dog days of summer, and we're unleashing more doggone great deals. That's $1,000 off your new Nissan. Hightail your boxers to Nissan in North Homestead on the North Homestead Auto Mile or I-90 Nissan in Sheffield Village, because the deals are so doggone good. We're a rare breed, my friend. BigNissan.com.
I chose Tri-C because they have great opportunities as far as academics mixing with internships. I started meeting people right away who I clicked with.
Tequila and Whiskey Studios.
100.7 WMMS, Cleveland.
It's time to give stuff away. Ooh, time to give stuff away.
All right, I want to go see Saliva and Drowning Pool. MMS presents the show, the Snafu Tour, to the House of Blues. It's going to be Wednesday, September 27th. 4 bands in all. Saliva and Drowning Pool coming through with special guest Adelita's Way and Any Given Sin. We got a VIP package for you to win at WMMS.com. Meet and greet with Saliva, some autographed merch, and more. LiveNation.com for all the details on that. Get you into the show here. A couple of tickets. Saliva and Drowning Pool for caller 10. Good luck. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
You know that part of your brain that regulates good decision making? Thanks for turning that one off and turning on the Alan Cox Show.
Sorry about all the cocks.
On 100.7
Sorry about all the cocks.
WMMS.
Any Franz Ferdinand fans? I dig these guys.
Yeah.
Right? Franz Ferdinand from Glasgow. Glaswegians. They've been around for a minute. Named after a historical figure. Who are they named after? Any history buffs?
Franz Ferdinand.
Nailed it.
Just about to say it, Mary.
Uh-huh. She got it.
I'm right. I know
Named after
about
Franz Ferdinand.
He was the guy with all the coats.
Now,
right?
who was Franz Ferdinand?
He had all the coats, or is that Joseph? Who had the coats?
Joseph in the amazing Technicolor
Dream
Dreamcoat?
Yeah.
How did you get there from Franz Ferdinand?
You know.
I don't.
No, was he a war general or something?
Franz Ferdinand, his assassination started World War I.
Ah, so close.
He was a guy that was going to be running the, they had a lot of empires back then, all over the place, regional, around the world. He was going to be running.
If you had a lot of empires, did you really have an empire?
Well, I mean, there were a lot of empires, I guess. He was going to be running the Austro-Hungarian Empire, and it was his assassination that they attribute to the beginning of World War I. So he was killed end of June, but today, August 1st, 109 years ago today is when World War I started. They called it the War to End All Wars because they had never had one like that. So in retrospect, they called it World War I only because there was a Second World War. You got to think, had there never been a World War II, what would we have called World War I?
The world to end all, the war
The
to
Great,
end
the
all
Great War.
worlds.
It was the Great War.
It would be called the Great War,
It was
probably?
called the Great War.
No,
Is
there's
that
a
what it was
different-
called?
I thought there was a different war that was the Great War.
There's a good war.
There's a lot of wars.
There's the Good Fight. Christine Baranski.
Good
Boy, she
wife.
can do no wrong. The Good Wife, Juliana Margulies. No, I was thinking about my grandmother because, I've talked about my grandma. My mom's mom died almost, she was 103. She died a couple of weeks before, but I was like, holy cow, she was born. My grandma lived through everything. And, people that age, my grandma was born in 1913. So World War I starts the next year. And then she lives through the Spanish flu, which was a few years after that. All these guys coming back from World War I were spreading the Spanish flu.
Well, that guy who's 127 who just died.
The guy that just died in Brazil.
Yeah, he lived through all this.
The Wall Street crash of 29, right? The Great Depression. World War II. She lived through the adoption of the
Civil War.
Star-Spangled Banner. The Civil War.
Right. There wasn't even 50 states.
No. It wasn't even our national anthem until she was in her late teens. Holy mackerel. Anyway, for you World War I buffs, I don't know if I think most people who were buffs of that nature are probably dying off. You know, that's why you have so many young people now that are into Nazis, because they're too young. All the people who fought the Nazis are dying. All the old people that could tell you, yeah, this is no good. Those people are all dying. So there's no sense of history among younger people because they're barely taught it. More important, I guess, to tell them that slaves picked up a couple of good tricks here and there.
Oh.
But speaking of Florida, by the way, congratulations to all of our bureau chiefs down in the Ohio of the South. Leprosy is blowing up in Florida.
I thought that was a Bible thing.
Oh, it's a real thing, but it's usually something that you find in like Brazil and India and Indonesia.
Yeah, where like the bugs crawl into your brain and stuff. It's not really a
leprosy.
here.
The CDC says that Central Florida is accounting for a lot of leprosy cases. It's technically called Hansen's disease. I'm sorry? No, I think it predates.
You can't get that song. That would be really annoying if you just couldn't get Mbop out of your head.
That's leprosy, Hansen's disease. SEN. It predates the band and
I can't control my horny level.
It's got nothing to do with Chris Hansen either.
I can't control my horny level.
Although he was making things happen down there in Florida.
I can't have a seat right over there for some reason. I can't sit down.
I've told the story before, but every time I hear of leprosy, I think of that one exterminator show where it's just a hillbilly who goes around and he was under someone's porch in Texas chasing out an armadillo, and he goes running after it, and he goes, "You gotta catch him! The damn dillas carry leprosy."
The dillas!
the damn dillas.
Uh-huh.
And that's what I think of every time I hear about leprosy. I'm like, it's those damn dillas.
Did Jay Dilla carry leprosy? That's not why he died, right?
Might be.
Oh,
He's
no.
a damn dilla.
Damn it.
God, I gotta figure out what that show was.
The damn Dillas carry
Damn
leprosy.
dillas carry leprosy.
I mean, back in the day, the leprosy jokes were about like body parts falling off. You know, like Playboy would have jokes about a guy whose wiener falls off and things like that. I don't think that's really what happens with leprosy. It's just a very, very intense and invasive skin disease. But for it to be blowing up, and again, climate change is not going to help this kind of stuff. It's probably, in some small part, contributing to it. All kinds of things are now moving through the air that heretofore were not so much. It affects the nerves, skin, eyes, nasal lining. You can lose your eyebrows and eyelashes. You get ulcers on the soles of your feet. And a loss of sensation. For instance, a patient might not feel if their skin is being burned. So yeah, leprosy, blowing up. DeSantis is killing it down there. Leprosy, a big issue down there now in Florida.
Florida sucks.
You can always leave us messages. Alan Cox Show After Hours line. You can drop voicemails there. 216-986-8903.
Hey, Alan. I was listening to your show yesterday about Poundcake, how he hates getting uncomfortable. He hates working hard. He just wants to be a blob and eat gummy worms. But what if his whole personality, the Menace to Society thing, like, what if that's all shtick? My mom can see dinosaurs and break glass with her mind. I mean, like, he doesn't he doesn't really believe that. I think his whole personality on the show is fabricated, and he's probably sending his podcasts off to radio stations all over the country, and he'll be rubbing elbows with Seacrest in Manhattan. And what are you going to say then?
Well, I guess that's it.
What are you going to say?
What am I going to say? Rubbing elbows with Seacrest in Manhattan? Was that what he was getting at? Oh. Well, he doesn't live there. How are you going to... I don't know. Is it all shtick, Poundcake? I don't think it's shtick. Poundcake occupies a very unique space in the world. This is why he's destined to be the best sports talker in Cleveland scene's Best of Cleveland. Vote now at clevescene.com. That guy thinks it's all shtick. He doesn't think that you could possibly be somebody who believes that your mother saw a pterodactyl or that she broke glass with her mind.
I will say one thing that is really unique about me. Something unique about my character is I can tell you that it's not all shtick, and you won't believe me.
What do you mean?
I can tell you the truth, but because I've been so discredited and because I mispronounce words and I don't know what I'm talking about half the time, even if I told you the truth, you wouldn't believe it.
I mean, I believe you. I don't think it's all shtick.
No, it's not. Think about me being an actor this entire time. Do you know how much work that would take? Do you know how much dedication to never break
Well, it's like that dude that leaves messages like, you know, you're writing this sports break. You know what's going on over there.
I would be a
A
mastermind.
dude that calls from Central PA or whatever.
I would not just be answering phones.
A mastermind. That would make you a mastermind? It would make you an actor.
A very dedicated one for 8. I'm going on what? In September, it'd be 8 years or 7 years.
I don't know, but what I'm saying is it's not unprecedented in a situation like this for somebody to play a character.
I know, but
that's what that person suspects you're doing, and I don't believe that.
And I'm telling him I'm not playing a character. And the fact that I am so good at being me is that I can tell you I'm not playing a character, and you still think I'm playing a character.
Well, because people ask me that quite frequently. They go, Poundcake's making half of that up, right? And I go, I don't think so.
My mom called.
Most people aren't very good actors. And so, no, Poundcake is...
These are stories?
These are stories, yes.
These are stories from my childhood. My mom really did see a pterodactyl. She called, or she told
really
us all about...
thinks she saw a pterodactyl.
She really does think she saw a pterodactyl. I witnessed her making glass break in the Target.
Mm-hmm.
And I witnessed...
That's called dropping something.
No, she broke the glass with her mind. And then
It's called a coincidence.
That was the second time that it broke in front of one of us, me or my brother.
Mm-hmm.
These are stories from my life. And, you know, my stories have never really changed.
Well, he's also talking about your mangling of the English language, too. Somebody who wants to be in the communications business, menus to society being a high point here on the program, thinking that menace was spelled M-E-N-U-S.
That part I was doing stick. Yeah.
No, you
No, you
I was
weren't.
doing shtick. Yeah,
No, see, you're trying to muddy the waters here. I'm doing shtick.
I was doing shtick.
You were not. Stop it.
It was menus.
Don't backtrack now. If you're going to plant your flag in it, plant your flag. Because that's what's going to lead to more people like that who go, he's making it all up.
But I'm not making
You're giving them fake news. And I believe that you're not. I think it's more that you are intellectually incurious. And so what that leads to are a lot of situations in which anything can happen with varying results. I don't think that your mother believes that she saw a pterodactyl.
And I'm telling you that you're wrong. She swears by it. Like, she swears.
I think your mom is doing shtick with you.
She used to play tricks on us as kids. She used to tell us that tapioca pudding was fish eyes.
Yeah.
Fish eggs is what my grandma told us.
And then she said that
That's called caviar.
Fig Newtons were grasshopper legs. Like, she used to do stuff like that.
But those are just playing around with little kids.
Yes, but she is not going to keep the same lie since we're kids and still swears by it. Like, I'm going to take my mom at her word. Like, I'm not going to call her a liar after all these years.
No, but
I believe that she believes
but as
that she
you
saw it.
but as you became a grown person, no one as an adult, with some exceptions, believes the same nonsense they believed when they were a kid.
But she wasn't the only one that was in the car that saw it. My aunt saw it too.
And what would be your aunt's assessment of that anecdote now?
She said she saw it. Like, they were all in the car. It was at Cascade Park in Elyria.
Even though it's well established, the pterodactyls have been extinct for millions of years.
Yes.
This is not news.
It was a bird.
And this is not news that went beyond your aunt and your mom's perspective. This would have been global news.
Correct.
You know what a big deal it is when they dig up bones of an animal that has been extinct for millions of years.
Yeah, but they also just admitted aliens and no one seems to care.
Yep. See, they can discredit it because they don't believe anything.
But nobody
the government
admitted aliens. These headlines are all like, they admitted aliens. Nobody said there's aliens. People of questionable information said they got some stuff and non-human in nature. I mean, so your mom and your aunt to this day would say, we saw a pterodactyl.
Yeah.
By the way, not even questioning their own perception. This is what I'm talking about, being intellectually incurious. Not even questioning if any of us saw something like that, we'd go, well, that can't possibly be that.
Mm-hmm.
That can't be. I misunderstood the visual information I was getting. Your mom never doubted what she saw.
She gave, well, again, I said, was it a bird that had like a long tail with like a pointy, or like an arrow at the end, whatever it was. And she said, well, if the bird had a wingspan of the entire car, she said it took over the car. It went like that. The wingspan was over both sides of the car.
Right.
And the tail went above the windshield.
And it was sunny, so it probably
at the
cast a long shadow. And she probably saw
I
the
wasn't
shadow.
I wasn't there.
Right.
So these are urban legends from when she was a kid that she passed on to us.
No, these are not urban legends. This is a story your mom told you when you were a kid.
But
by the way, in your mom's defense, probably never, ever thinking that you would perpetuate the story.
Maybe. But she messed around and found out. Like, she tell me stuff, I'm about to repeat it.
She had no idea that you would hang on to those for the entirety of your adulthood.
I don't know about that because I have heard stories.
Nobody wants to see that. We'll get the stick.
I have heard like scary stories from my family ever since I was a little kid. Like, my grandma used to tell us scary things, and I don't know. It was just little legends that we grew up with. So I repeated them. I kept them in my adulthood because I haven't really seen anything like that. I tell you guys about, the bag situation. That's the closest thing I have to one of those. And I'll probably tell my kids, and when they're a phone screener on a local radio show, they'll repeat it on that show too.
Ouch. What
like that's the, like
I know, right?
We come from a long line of phone screeners.
My dad was a phone screener, and you'll be a phone screener too.
They'll go, what's a phone?
Dad, I want to be a host. No. In this family, we screen phones.
But what is the upside of perpetuating those anecdotes?
I found it interesting, and again, I only gave you the information that I knew.
Yeah.
I had my mom call. And explain this, and you guys still don't believe her, so I don't.
Yeah, I'm not going to believe that she saw a goddamn dinosaur.
Well, I can't give you any more information than what I was told.
I would like her to change her story.
She's not going to change for you.
I would like her to admit to lying, is what Bill says.
You want her to change her story?
I would like her, because she didn't see a pterodactyl.
We would like it to be rooted in reality, is what we would like. But that is less interesting. So from Poundcake's perspective, he's like, it's just more fun to keep this out there.
Well, it's easy. My family's just full of liars, so it's great. We have no responsibility anyways.
Al and I work out here in Elyria, and I've seen this pterodactyl. A lot of people saying that it's probably more likely a blue heron.
No, it's a pterodactyl. Teresa said it was.
Alan just voted for Poundcake at clevescene.com. There you go. We would like to get Poundcake.
You can vote every day till August 29th. So
vote Best Sports Talker. We would like it to be the award-winning Poundcake Sports Break, heard Wednesdays.
And we'd love it to be a landslide.
On the Alan Cox.
Yeah, not even close.
98%. Yeah, well, there you go.
The armadillo
We so
thing?
rarely give you marching orders. Those are your marching orders. Say what?
The armadillo thing, after some light Googling, I think it was Billy the Exterminator. I don't know if you guys ever watched that show on A&E.
No.
It's this he's like a rocker dude, and he's got spiky blonde hair, and
He's like the Guy Fieri of...
remember that a little bit.
Billy the Exterminator.
It was on
okay.
A&E. I can't find the episode, but I was looking through it, and I'm like, I think this is the guy who was like trying to fish it out from under a desk.
This says he went to jail.
But that tracks, yeah. He wasn't on. I think he was on for like 9 seasons or something like that. It was a long time.
2013, substance abuse evaluation, and okay.
But I think that was the guy who was the damn Dillas give you leprosy.
The damn Dillas. Yeah, he looks like a touring member of Nickelback or something.
Yeah, right, yeah.
All right.
I'm pretty sure that was him.
Well, you can still watch it on the A&E app, probably. I got a break here. If you want to send a text, 35192. I got Guardians tickets for you on the way back. They are going to be hosting the Toronto Blue Jays. There you go. Wednesday, August 9th, 1 week from tomorrow night at Progressive Field. So if you want to get to that game with a pal, I'll hook you up coming back.
It's the Alan Cox Show. Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app.
Or whatever smart device you have.
Just tell it to play the Alan Cox Show on iHeartRadio.
This September, our iHeartRadio Music Festival is coming back to Las Vegas.
And starting Monday, you could win your way there.
Plus $1,000 spending cash.
2 nights, 1 stage.
A weekend full of superstar performances.
An incredible lineup.
Foo Fighters.
Fall Out Boy.
Kelly Clarkson.
Kane Brown.
Lil Wayne.
Lenny Kravitz.
Miguel.
Public Enemy.
Sheryl Crow.
Travis Scott.
Tim McGraw.
TLC.
30 Seconds to Mars.
Never Seen Before collaborations.
And once-in-a-lifetime moments you'll have to see to believe.
The iHeartRadio Music Festival. September 22nd and 23rd at T-Mobile Arena.
Streaming live only on Hulu.
Buy tickets now, starting at just $55 plus taxes and fees at AXS.com.
And get ready to win your way there.
There's nothing like lounging by the pool with your favorite tunes playing or going to concerts on hot summer nights. M&M's makes all those summer moments even sweeter. Discover new tunes at MMS.com/new music and pick up a pack of M&M's today.
From the Mr. Hero
I crave the hero.
Weather Center.
WMMS weather.
Tonight it's going to be mostly clear down to the upper 50s. Tomorrow mostly sunny, low 80s. Again, mostly sunny Thursday, high Thursday, mid-80s.
This report is sponsored by Total Wine & More. With so many bottles to choose from, there's always something new to try at Total Wine & More. How about a great Prosecco for under $8 and a French Rosé for under $7? With the lowest prices for over 30 years, find what you love and love what you find. Only at Total Wine & More. Drink responsibly. B21.
Hey there, it's Alan for Northeast Factory Direct. If you're looking at your kitchen and saying, boy, this thing needs a complete redo, sometimes it's a fresh coat of paint. Sometimes you go, we need to tear out these cabinets and blah, blah, blah. I will never forget friends of ours who redid their own kitchen a couple of years ago, and they were miserable. Had they had a place like Northeast Factory Direct, I would have sent them there, because they have a dedicated design team. So they remove all of the complications. It's easy, it's fast, it's painless. You make an appointment with one of their amazing kitchen designers, even if you have like handful of basic measurements, right? You set those down and they talk you through all the design details. You see your brand new kitchen come to life. Best part is you're saving a ton of money on high-end cabinetry and countertops, right? For a fraction of the price you would see at other stores. You don't even have to go to another spot for flooring. They have amazing deals on that as well. So the appointment and the design are free. There's no obligation, but you're going to be looking around and it's immediately going to occur to you how amazing your kitchen could look thanks to Northeast Factory Direct. You can walk into any one of their locations and start planning the kitchen reno for yourself. West 140th in Cleveland. They're on the east side in Euclid. They're in Macedonia. Brand new in North Canton, Whitewood Street Northwest, and NortheastFactoryDirect.com.
Hey, Mackenzie here. If you've been looking for a car, truck, or SUV that's in stock and ready for immediate delivery, you'll find it today at Ken Ganley, Ohio's #1 automotive retailer. With 23 brands, 50 locations, and over 6,000 new and used vehicles in stock, you're sure to find the perfect vehicle at the perfect price. For the location nearest you, visit KenGanleyAuto.com. Ken Ganley, we drive Ohio.
The Brute Kettle's White Raja IPA is packed with the tropical grapefruit flavors of citrus hops and a light enough body to enjoy all summer long. Carefully crafted with West Coast hops and Midwest pride. Available at participating True North locations.
Hey, K.O.B., you got what I need.
At the all-new Kia of Bedford, buy any new Kia and make no payments for 90 days. You heard it, no payments for 90 days. KiaofBedford.com. With approved credit, deferred payments applied to the remainder of financing. Interest accrues during no payment period. See dealer for details.
Mudvayne, the psychotherapy sessions, live.
Mudvayne. This Friday night, Blossom Music Center with special guests Coal Chamber, Guar, Nunpoint, and Butcher Babies. Here comes Mudvayne. Tickets are on sale now at livenation.com. Mudvayne, part of the Minutemen concert series.
The Chase Ink Business Premier Card is made for people who make things happen, like me. I'm Sam, founder and CEO of Manifest, a product design company that makes everyday products designed smarter. I get 2.5% cash back on purchases of $5,000 or more, plus unlimited 2% cash back on all other purchases, which helps us make more smart ideas into a brilliant reality.
The Ink Business Premier Card. Learn more at chase.com/business premier. Chase for business. Make more of what's yours. Real business owner compensated for their participation. Account subject to credit approval. Restrictions and limitations apply. Cards are issued by JP Morgan Chase Bank, NA member FDIC.
Jose Ramirez. How many times can he come through?
With the Guardians Ballpark Pass, you can get a standing room ticket for every home game for just $49 per month. Ballpark passes are only available while supplies last at CLEGuardians.com.
He's a legend all around Ohio, but especially here in Cleveland. Bernie Kosar. But sometimes, even legends struggle with chronic pain.
That's right. I have a lot of aches and pains from all of my days giving it everything I had on the field for our team.
But QC Kinetics all-natural, non-invasive treatments are turning things around for Bernie.
Listen, from the first time I met Dr. Wilkoff and his team at QC Kinetics, I knew I had a shot at getting rid of my pain.
QC Kinetics used Bernie's own healing properties, concentrated them, and applied them at the exact areas where Bernie felt pain. No invasive surgery, no downtime. And now?
My quality of life is so much better. I can just move better and not even think about the pain that used to almost cripple me. I have QC Kinetics to thank for that.
If there's anything better than getting a few of your favorite things from McDonald's, it's getting a few of your favorite things from McDonald's for less in the McDonald's app. Delicious.
Now get 4 for $5 when you order and pay in the McDonald's app. Choose a tasty McDouble or savory McChicken plus 4-piece McNuggets, small fries, and medium soft drink for only $5. Valid once per day through 10/29/23 at participating McDonald's. Must opt into rewards.
GetGo is giving new meaning to the phrase Happy Friday because every Friday is Summer Coffee Friday at GetGo. Get a smooth, never bitter, and always energizing cold brew or nitro cold brew for only 99 cents. And specialty crafted fresh-to-order coffee drinks like hot, iced, or frozen lattes, mochas, espressos, chai teas, and Americanos for only $1.99. Scan your Advantage card and save on premium coffee made with the best beans. Every Friday for a limited time. Only at GetGo Cafe and Market. Better believe it.
You could throw your flip-flop at a bug.
Ew, a bug, get it.
But the chances of actually hitting it
Over there.
are statistically
It's still alive.
unlikely. Good thing nature's got your back. Stem bug killers combine powerful active ingredients found in plants, like lemongrass and geraniol, and scientifically engineer them into effective bug-fighting formulas, safe for use as directed around people, pets, and throughout the home. Stem, rooted in nature, optimized by science.
Mom, Dad, you should shop Amazon for back to school and save some money. See, I'm currently obsessed with superheroes and need all the superhero stuff. Superhero lunchbox, superhero backpack. But next year, it'll be something else. Maybe dinosaurs? I don't know. I'm not a fortune teller. But I can tell you not to spend a fortune and shop low prices for school on Amazon. Okay, good chat. Amazon. Spend less, smile more.
HMW Law can't stand when insurance companies offer pennies on the dollar for your pain or injury from a trucking, car, or motorcycle accident. It's insulting. HMW Law's guarantee is damn right we fight. Dial 800-CALL-HMW. That's 800-CALL-HMW. And tell them Charlie sent you.
Smells great. What's cooking anyway? Wait a minute. Is that Earl?
Got bed bugs? Invite them to a barbecue. A bedbug barbecue, that is. Bedbug Barbecue is Cleveland's #1 bedbug exterminator. Book your free inspection at bedbugbbq.com.
For more information about contests on WMMS, go to WMMS.com/rules.
Traffic.
From the Elk and Elk Traffic Center, Elk and Elk has won over $1 billion for their injured clients. Call 1-800-ELK-OHIO. An accident reported on the ramp from 480 East to 422 East. Construction delays on 480 West between West 130th and the 71-237 exchange. In Shaker Heights, South Woodland Road, both directions between West Park Boulevard and South Park Boulevard, closed for emergency sewer repairs daily from 7 a.m. until 5 p.m. through this Friday. Jackie Roberts in the Traffic Center.
This report is sponsored by Dunkin'. When you stop by your local Dunkin' from July 19th through August 5th and donate $2 to the Joy in Childhood Foundation, you will receive a Dunkin' Gold Joy Donut as a thank you. Every donation will help bring joy to kids battling cancer. America runs on Dunkin'. Participation may vary.
Only iHeartRadio gives you access to all of your favorite radio stations.
The Rod Ryan Show.
It's The Woody Show.
It's Elliot in the morning.
All of the once-in-a-lifetime events.
iHeartRadio Music Festival, yeah!
All of the best free curated playlists.
The best bands.
All of the great podcasts for every interest.
The stuff they don't want you to know.
All of the mind-blowing contests.
$20,000.
Awesome.
All of your favorite superstars.
This is Dave Grohl from the Foo Fighters.
Best of all, it doesn't cost a thing. Download the absolutely free iHeartRadio app now.
It's time to give stuff away. Hey, hey, it's time to give stuff away with Alan Cox.
All right, I want to go see your Cleveland Guardians next week taking on the Toronto Blue Jays. I think it's a Monday, maybe a Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday run. Wednesday, 1 week from tomorrow night, it's a 7:10 first pitch at Progressive Field. Tickets, info, everything else, have that MLB Ballpark app. Very, very helpful during the season. Guardians, Blue Jays, next Wednesday night. A couple of tickets here for caller 10. Good luck. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
The Alan Cox Show.
Spoiler alert, they won't all be home runs. The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
Guardians in Houston tonight, second of 3 against the Astros at 8:10 on the buzzer.
Roll me up and smoke me when I die. And if anyone don't like it, just look 'em in the eye. I didn't come here and I ain't leaving, so don't sit around and cry. Just roll me up and smoke me when I die.
Ohio's still trying to get pot on the ballot, by the way. They have, I think, given them a little bit of extra time to see if they can get more signatures for marijuana on the ballot this fall, which would be a big deal. We can't overstate what a big deal it would be.
So nice.
For fans of liberty to have abortion and pot on the ballot on November the 7th. They keep trying, but and the people who have a vested interest in that, it keeps falling short for whatever reason. All these proposals to legalize adults using marijuana in the Buckeye State always falls short. So I think they gave them a few more days to see if they can shore up their support. But who knows how that'll turn out. Hey, Sarah, hello.
Hey, Alan.
How are you?
So I'm good. How are you guys?
Good.
Good. I happened to turn on when you guys were talking about pterodactyls, and it's ironic because a few days ago, my friend and I talked to my uncle who was telling us stories of his past, and one was he was 14 and he went out back, and this was in Geauga County, Ohio, and he seen 3 pterodactyls.
Mm-hmm.
And he went to shoot one, and it looked at him, and they flew away. So something was out there.
Yeah, something was out there.
So
yes.
Poundcake, at that time, there had to have been,
there's 2 people that
he saw
there
3.
had to
My
been.
mom only saw one big one.
Well, maybe it was around the same time if they're around the same age,
Yeah,
You never know.
I don't know. I have no idea what year this was. They said that they were younger, but I this was before camera phones, before all that stuff. So I don't know.
Right.
I don't remember.
Yeah.
I don't remember my mom's
I'm a
story.
believer, so I.
Thank you.
Oh, you still believe
But,
this?
well, Absolutely. I mean, he had many stories to tell. So
Yeah.
I mean,
he was like
the only
it's like
one
that
in
movie,
my family with the most.
like that movie Big Fish.
Right.
Yeah, okay. Thank you, Sarah. I think and you certainly can't blame parents for giving kids tall tales because most people's lives are pretty dull. And the last thing you want are your kids looking at you and going, boy, nothing ever happened to you, did it, Mom and Dad? And they go, no. And I remember I saw
three
a pterodactyl.
pterodactyls, and
Saw
I
3
shot
pterodactyls in Geauga County.
Why would you shoot it?
Well, anything, because they'd be impervious to modern weaponry, Bill.
Now, when you say that I'm intellectually incurious, I will say that I did not follow up with, was she smoking pot? Or like, was she...
Was your mom a pot smoker?
No, she wasn't. But I'm saying
Well,
that...
then you already know she wasn't.
But, okay, I didn't go to, well, that's impossible because pterodactyls are extinct. I should have gone to, oh, you could have been tripping on something. Did you take a drug that day? Like, that's where I would go to, rather than completely say my mom didn't see what she saw.
Oh, you mean it would be considered disrespectful to tell your mom she was incorrect about seeing an extinct dinosaur?
What? She didn't tell it like she was lying. She didn't tell it like she was
No,
telling
that's
a
how
story.
you sell a story. That's how you tell a good story, is you tell it with a straight face.
Okay, well, her and my aunt are both in sync after all these years. Fading memories and
They're
very
in what?
different- Huh?
She and your mom are in what?
What did I say? Different
They're in what?
different age groups?
No,
What?
with each other. You said they're in something with each other.
I don't remember. What did I say?
3 seconds ago.
I said
Anywho.
they're in sync with each other?
Yeah, maybe that's what it was.
I heard instinct.
I did too.
Okay, in sync with each other. I was trying to retrace what I said, but they're in sync with each other. Their stories are in sync with each other after all these years, and there's an age gap between them. So it's just kind of hard for me to believe that they kept the same story after all these years, and they were in the same car.
Okay. Mike from Parma says now that Poundcake is in the running for Best Sports Talker at clevescene.com, great name for his apartment would be the Ballpark.
No. PC Penthouse.
Huh?
PC Penthouse.
Not the Ballpark?
No.
Oh. All right, well, that's fine.
Unless I'm the club level.
Yeah. Yeah, all right. Well. Okay. Alan, I listened to one of those other sports shows, and that person deserves to win the award, but I just voted for Poundcake. Well, listen, let your conscience be your guide, but again, I would like very much, and sure, it's selfish on my part, but I would like very much to be able to introduce the Poundcake Sports Break as the award-winning, voted on by the fans, right? There are some situations where they go, oh, the editors of so-and-so voted for X, Y, and Z. And you never know, they might have some personal connections to something. It's always most important and gratifying when the audience votes on things. And, you know, years ago, it would be like this show would be nominated for like best show in Cleveland Scene or Cleveland Magazine or something. And we might not win with the voters. But we'd always win like editor's choice, right? Which is nice. I mean, that's fine. But that just means that the people running the thing are like, you dummies couldn't figure it out. Alan's show is better than what you voted on. And I don't know that they do that anymore. But win or lose, leave it up to the people. And I would like our people to see to it that Poundcake takes home that Best Sports Talker award. Before seeing the pterodactyl, did Poundcake's mom by chance take a raft over a waterfall? You know, remember the show Land of the Lost? Was there any situation? Did the raft fall completely parallel with the ground all the way down by any chance?
I don't believe so.
Well, people out of Elyria way are telling me that they believe your mom because they, too, have seen that same pterodactyl. So maybe they're all drinking from the same pump. I don't know.
Elyria people come through, man.
Right.
I need y'all. I need more.
By the way, if your mom and your aunt have to keep one story straight all these years, it's not like they've got a lot of plates to spin.
It means a lot to him, though, because apparently a lot of their stories don't stay straight.
heritage,
And they,
you know?
yeah. So
I mean,
now-
as a
now you
grown
gotta-
man, I've come to understand just how many false anecdotes I was told as a child. Things far more impactful than I saw a pterodactyl. And when you get older and kind of, hit the age of reason, you go, oh, well, my parents are people too. When you're a kid, they're gods. When you become an adult, you go, oh, my parents are just people with foibles and with, the same successes and failures as anyone else. So let's cast our minds forward. In the event of you having your own children, Cody, will you tell them? Will you pay it forward and tell them the pterodactyl story?
Yeah, I'm going to say.
When your Nana saw that pterodactyl, when Grandma Teresa saw that extinct winged dinosaur in Illyria. Huh?
They call her Nana Tita.
Nana Tita. There you go.
Yeah, I would tell them that, absolutely. Why would I rob my kids of the same joy I used to have?
Oh, it gave you joy.
Because that's cool. Just the way that it was described.
It's cool as a child.
It's still cool.
Okay.
And it's cool that
Listen, far be it for me to tell you. I am curious about these things.
What if out of nowhere, one day on the news, they're like, and we found a pterodactyl, and it was hiding in Cascade Park in Elyria this whole time, and no one knew about, and I've been telling you guys for years. You guys are going to be like,
that would be amazing.
I want an apology.
That would be amazing. And we would apologize. We would apologize profusely.
Okay.
To you, your mother, your aunt, everyone involved. We would apologize to the pterodactyl, to Terry the pterodactyl, Pateri the pterodactyl. We would apologize profusely. Do we have time for any hot celebrity goss, Bill?
Oh, I think that we do.
All right.
This is Hot Celebrity Gossip with Perez Wilton. Ooh.
All right. Get on your knees, lean your head back, open your mouth, and get ready to guzzle some.
So gross. I hate
He's
it.
painting a picture, Mary.
It's just the best way to ingest some goss. Let it slide right down that throat. Taylor Swift's Eras Tour is coming to an end in North America, and Taylor is being ever so generous to everybody that has helped make this tour such a success. She's handing out bonuses to everybody that worked on the tour, including truckers, which there were 50 truckers involved in this tour, and they're all getting a $100,000 bonus. Not too shabby, Tay-Tay. And according to Inside Sources, Cardi B isn't handing out bonuses, but she will give you a concussion with a microphone. But to make things a little faster, she's putting Tim Misny cards right on the microphone.
There you go.
Very thoughtful.
Zachary Ty Bryan has been arrested for domestic violence charges. Zach played Brad on Home Improvement, and it sounds like his current home could use some improvement. This is Zachary Ty Bryan's second charge for domestic violence. He had one back in 2020 as well. According to Inside Sources, Tim Allen was asked about his former TV son's run-ins with the law. Allen didn't know much about it, so he simply said, "Huh?" As I do on the show. And then finally, Meghan Markle and Prince Harry are not friends with David and Victoria Beckham anymore. The former royals accused David and Victoria of leaking details about their lives, which caused David to freak out and declare they're not friends anymore, or some dumb crap like that. According to Inside Sources, we have audio of David Beckham denouncing this situation.
Hello, this is David Beckham. I don't want to be friends with you anymore, Prince Harry. You hurt my feelings. This is really David Beckham.
Wow. What a get.
That was a good get.
What a good get.
Yeah, right? And that's all for this week's Perez
Man.
This is Hot Celebrity Gossip with Perez Wilton. Ooh.
Now.
This week, Mary is positively dribbling down our chins.
Yeah, just let it
So
slide
much
on down. Don't fight
hot celebrity gossip.
Swallow it.
Jesus, I mean,
No
I didn't.
spitting.
No
spitting.
Now I'm on Team Mary. I mean, I was trying to ride the pine there for a second, but hey,
You just can't.
Patty.
Hello.
Hello.
I just have an amusing story about
A pterodactyl.
the birds. Yes, the pterodactyls.
Nice.
When I live in Geauga County, and when we were first looking to move out here, our development has a couple lakes, and there were 2 pterodactyls that were hovering in the water and took off and flew. And my kids decided this is where we need to live because they wanted to be in contact with dinosaurs that would be in the neighborhood. So I snapped a picture and took a look at it. And when I got home, and here it was, comparing it to the birds in the area, they were 2 great blue herons. They look exactly like a pterodactyl flying. It can be very deceptive to the unfamiliar eye, but they're definitely just great blue herons.
Yeah, the great blue heron. I mean, right.
Somebody from the pterodactyl cover-up division found out about this, and they're like,
The TCD, the PCD?
Yeah, we gotta get someone on the phone and make sure that they know these are just blue herons and not.
Do they have tails?
Pterodactyl.
Isn't there doesn't Medina have a bar called the Blue Heron or something? Or, I mean, it's.
It might. I think that might be in Bath Township.
Oh, okay. Mm-hmm.
And the
There's a bunch of
Cuyahoga
birds out
National
there.
Valley, they have a whole nesting area of the great blue herons, too, and it's really interesting to go by because you can see hundreds of them in the sky.
See,
and their
this
nests
is
are about
and this is kind of what I'm saying when I'm talking about people being incurious, rather than going, I saw a pterodactyl. Why not dig into the fascination over the blue heron?
Absolutely.
Right.
There's
Well,
a lot of things that appear to be one thing and are truly another. So,
Patty, thank you so much for reaffirming our belief that, in fact, there's plenty of good things coming out of Geauga County. Despite so much evidence to the contrary. Thank you, Patty. I appreciate that. Your thoughts, Poundcake?
I looked up the bird, and it does not have a long tail with a point at the end. So, I don't know if her story checks out.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if I can believe what she says.
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean,
She's not my mom.
the blue herons, weren't around for a long, long time because.
Yeah, but when they fly with their feet tucked back, that looks like a point.
My mom said it was a long, pointy tail.
Yeah, I know she did. Alan, are you sure Mary's not talking about the turtle man? Had a few people
I have
text
no
me
idea
about
what
this.
Turtle Man is, but I'll look him up.
The turtle
man.
man.
Armadillo.
Once you find his head, you just reach down and.
But he's pulling up tortoises or something.
Now, when you came out of the water, you made a little noise there. What was that? Oh, that's the rebel Indian yell there. That's that their yell. Every time you catch something, that's your. Let me hear that.
This sounds more like the guy.
You got to do that little cry there, it gives you that power, where you can catch another one. Now, you got Indian in you? Yeah, I got a quarter Shawnee and a quarter Cherokee. Yeah.
Well, there you go. He's got a quarter Shawnee and a quarter Cherokee.
Oh, wait. I think I found it. Hold on. I'll email it to you right now.
Yeah.
I have the sound off on my computer, obviously, so I'm not sure if this will work or not, but give me just 1 second. Go ahead.
Nick emailed me, Helpful Brown got my helpful vote.
Dude, Cody's going to win. and
Team
I can't
Poundcake.
wait.
There you go. Clevescene.com.
We love it.
We'd like Poundcake to be voted by you. You have the power to do this. Voted by you as best sports talker.
Do you need me to send this to him?
No, my phone is freaking out right now.
Are you okay?
No, it's
She
like
just texted
opening.
Calm your phone down.
It's like opening the camera app and.
How does your phone even have anxiety?
Dude, it doesn't know what's happening.
Here, I got it.
No, I got it. I'm doing it.
You sure?
Relax, Bill. I'm fully capable.
Is this because you guzzled too much gas?
No,
You got a
I
belly
didn't
ache?
guzzle any gas.
What did you say? Lean your head back?
No, don't make him repeat it.
Get down on your knees, lean your head back, and open your mouth. Time to guzzle some gas.
Grab a scrunchie. That's gross. Show up.
I think this was.
Here it is, the Dilla. All right?
I think.
Not Jay Dilla, but this is the one you're talking. Call
I
the Wild
think.
Man?
Down in Louisiana, Turtle Man's been tracking an armadillo.
So this is Turtle Man.
And he's discovered its den.
He's getting away.
Yeah.
But after a near catch, this critter is off and running.
Dang, got it. Never seen nothing like it.
It's jumping all over the place.
Like armor. It's hard. I can't even get a hold of it.
It's getting it.
Oh, please be the right clip.
Oh, hey.
Are you cut?
Are you all right now, buddy?
We don't know if this armadillo has leprosy or what other kind of disease it might be carrying.
I'm all right.
Got a spine in his hand? This man's work.
Armadillo got me. Man, that thing's got all kinds of weapons. It jumps. It's got tremendous claws. He's just going right back to dig. He's trying to figure a way out.
That's not stupid.
Can't believe the strength of this thing.
Barehanded grabbing an
The
arm.
armor is locking into the tin, and it's pulling itself in like a snake with its scales. I got to ease this armadillo out where it doesn't get hurt. It's coming, it's coming.
It looks so ugly.
I got it, guys, I got it.
The job's all right.
It got really sharp claws. First hands-on catch of an armadillo. So I'm gonna name this little guy Herman. Man, this thing stinks on the bottom. Woo! Get the bag ready here, Gator. All right, bud.
Where is this?
Just
The
be
armadillo,
easy,
of course, the great bull of Texas.
Here you go.
I believe this is
got him.
Louisiana. It's Central Park.
Live action.
Oh, man.
There you go. You got the armadillo
Buckingham
pop,
Palace, I think.
Look at that.
Look at that thing.
I feel really happy that I got
Maybe he doesn't say that. Maybe I
Well,
made that up.
He says everything else.
Either
He
way,
got
They
the
brought
Dilla.
up leprosy.
that's the guy. That's
Yeah.
the guy that
Turtle
I
Man.
definitely was thinking of.
Call of the Wild Man. There you go. It is amazing how long those nature shows will last because they cost nothing to produce. They're not paying these people anything. They're just putting them on television. My daughter has kind of come full circle back into her Dr. Pol phase. You ever watch The Amazing Dr. Pol? It's on Disney Plus, and I don't know if they're still producing new episodes of it, but it's been on for like 15 years. And it's this Dutch doctor who moved to Michigan 40 years ago. He's up near Mount Pleasant. And he's a large and small animal veterinarian, which is rare-ish in rural areas. You get a lot of large animal vets, not a lot of people who do both. So this incredible Dr. Pol TV show has been on for a decade plus because it costs nothing to produce, and they just last forever. And so we've been watching a lot of Dr. Pol, and it's a lot of people going shoulder deep into a horse. I mean, it is fascinating. Fascinating. You know, they're working on this French bulldog, and they go, oh, little cutie. Mr. Pigglesworth is this French bulldog that comes in. And that is a breed that, A, shouldn't even really exist. You know, they've been bred into existence, but they're not built for what's happening to the climate. You know, when you see these dogs, people think of how cute it is that they're sniffling and snuffling, but their faces are so compressed that they can't breathe, right? So the extreme weather is making it worse. So like all year long, under normal conditions, these dogs struggle to breathe because of this flat face. And a lot of times they choke because they can't get food down, blocks their airflow. So if you see people with like these really cute French bulldogs, like those dogs, you shouldn't eat, you know, like the American Veterinarian Society or whatever is like, these dogs shouldn't even exist because they have the lowest life expectancy of every dog breed. Like French bulldogs barely last 5 years because they can barely breathe and they have a really hard time. So and again, I think the episode we watched was probably 10 years ago. And they're working on some dog that got his eye caught on like a barbed wire fence or something. And it's so matter of fact because he's a doctor. He's like, well, let's see what happened with the dog. Because he's Dutch or he's from the Netherlands or something. But it's on Disney Plus. If you want to give your kid a primer on large and small animal veterinarian science. I got a break here. If you want to send a text, 35192, AlanCoxShow.com, and we'll be back.
On 100.7 WMMS. And everywhere you go.
Boulevard, and an incident reported East 22nd Street and Carnegie. Jackie Roberts in the traffic center.
This report is sponsored by Buffalo Wild Wings.
Buffalo Wild Wings has deals on deals on deals. Like buy one, get one half off Wing Tuesdays, buy one, get one free boneless Thursdays, and $3 Tall House beers every day. With all these deals, it's a win-win. Only at Buffalo Wild Wings.
This is The Buzzard.
From the Barrio Tacos Tequila and Whiskey Studios.
The Buzzard. The home of the Buzzard.
The Buzzard. This is 100.7 WMMS.
Cleveland.
Alan, you have been described by your enemies as evil, insane, manipulative. Who are you?
Call the Alan Cox Show. 216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
35192. I want to send a text. AlanCoxShow.com to watch live on our YouTube channel. Thanks again to Blumwell Dock Wafer for assisting back there in the video department. And Alan will, as an act of solidarity, will Mary send a free foot pick to everybody who votes for Poundcake as best sports talker in Cleveland Scene's Best of Cleveland.
I will not.
Denied is...
Oh, that's going to make people not vote for him.
Bill will.
Fine feet.
I'm sure you don't. You look like you have hobbit feet.
Do you want to see my feet?
I don't
He
wanna
looks
see your
like
feet.
he has hobbit feet. Well,
Doesn't he?
now you've got to confirm or deny.
Don't pull your foot out right now.
It's coming out.
I don't want to see it.
It's coming out.
You look like a big old hairy little hunker feet.
Regular foot.
I bet it's hairy and nasty.
But what if it is?
Ew.
He's not the one selling foot pics.
It's pretty gross, Bill.
Is it gross or is
Yeah.
it just a regular foot?
No, it's pretty
Let me see.
disgusting and horrible. It looks like a man foot.
It looks fine.
It looks like
It's
a man
not
foot.
covered in hair. It's not
hairy. It's not
It actually,
hairy.
it actually
little hairy,
looks.
but not that
It
hairy.
actually looks more feminine than I would have thought, and I don't mean that in any negative way. Had I been pressed into
Let me
service,
see the bottom of it.
I would have probably thought Mary was right.
A lot of guys are into the soles. Oh, you wear basketball shoes all day. That's why your soles aren't that bad. Yeah. I mean, it's fine. I don't want to pay for it.
What does that mean? Because he wears basketball
I'm not
shoes.
asking anybody to pay for it. I was going to give them away for free.
Women wear sandals and high heels and stuff, so their heels can get crustier and callousy. Or like he doesn't wear work boots. You know what I mean? Like Brian wears work
I do,
boots.
but I don't walking around in
That's what I mean. Brian wears work boots 10 hours a day.
Oh, are his feet a nightmare?
He's
They're
on
not
his feet.
They're not a nightmare, but he's got calluses,
Mm-hmm.
you know?
I do have like a little callus on my, but I take care of it.
Dude,
I
weekends.
got a little tool that I scrub it off.
Microplane?
Yeah.
I didn't know that breaking in new
Headache.
shoes. I didn't know that breaking in new shoes was like an actual thing. Like you have to do that.
Dude.
Yeah. So I had bought new shoes for like my weddings and stuff, and I had never worn them, and that
You're talking about dress shoes.
Yeah, dress shoes. Sorry, yeah. You don't know what you don't know until you know it.
They're stiff.
And I was cool. I thought I was fine. I was like, okay, they're a little stiff. I'm like, but it's fine. I thought breaking them in was just like one time. No, it's like over the course of like.
You rub the skin off the back of your heel.
I did, and I had.
So
like,
you've worn so few dress shoes in your life that you had no idea you had to break them in.
I only had one pair, and they were used. They were like hand-me-downs.
I guess this is the upside of me going to
Hand-me-downs, stupid.
hand-me-downs. The upside of me going to Catholic school, having to wear a jacket and tie and dress shoes every goddamn day, is you know how to get older and dress like an adult.
Yeah.
When I was about like maybe 17 or 18, my feet size never grew. So I had those same shoes up until, I don't know, I went like adulthood. Like after I
Wait,
graduated college.
what size shoe? So from age what to what your feet stayed the same?
Like I've been 11 and a half since high school.
See, I have small feet.
Yeah.
What are yours, like a 6?
Not that small. I mean, I'm not. No.
Me and you
I mean,
sharing shoes
no.
over here?
in like like my Chuck Taylors, like 8.5.
Oh, wow.
If I'm wearing a dress shoe, it's never going to be bigger than 10.
Yeah.
9.5 maybe.
Yeah,
I wear
13.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I've been in 11 and a half forever. So me and my brother can trade shoes. So I think these ones were my brothers, like the ones I had before were my brothers. And I didn't really have that many occasions before I started doing weddings to dress up, unless it was a funeral or like every so often someone would get married, but I wore the same shoes all the time. It wasn't a big deal.
Do you have one pair that you wear when you're MC weddings?
I have a couple now, but
Yeah.
it was the first pair that I actually bought for weddings. I bought a suit and I bought shoes, and I put those shoes on, and I thought it was fine. And it wasn't until I got out of them where it still felt like I had the shoe on. It still felt like I had the shoe on. I was like, oh, the skin's just irritated. It's probably like my psoriasis. My skin's probably dry. And yeah, it was
blisters.
It was dry, and then it was just like, it just like was calloused, and like it had like I don't know what it's called. Like it just had like a white welt on it. Like what is it called?
Yeah, you had a blister.
Yeah,
Blister.
okay, blister. Yeah. But
If I buy a new pair of high heels, I'll try to wear them around my house. So like if I buy a pair of heels on Monday to wear out on Saturday, I'll try to wear them for like 10 or 20 minutes around the house a couple days that week. Just so that way I'm like slowly breaking them in instead of just jumping into wearing them for 3 hours.
Is that a rich person thing where you have someone that breaks in your shoe for you?
I've never heard
No,
of
you
that.
have feet that break in your shoes. It's not like a food taster for Vladimir Putin.
So
you wear your own shoes and walk around in them, and then maybe you put like a shoe tree in there or something.
So
and
there's
stretch
no
them.
way you can get shoes that are already broken in for you?
Go to the thrift store.
Yeah, they're called Goodwill shoes. Why would you? And they're going to be scuffed up. They're going to be more than broken in. There's somebody's old shoes.
Poshmark.
There is a great, now this is a very esoteric thing, but it is funny from time to time. There is a message board for people who work in the airline industry. It's called Flyer Talk. And there were a couple of people having a chat about United Airlines 1893. This was
I
Washington.
didn't know they went that far back.
Mm-hmm. It's the oldest airplane in business.
I'm sorry, Bill, that's the flight number.
Oh.
Yeah. It was one way out of Kitty Hawk.
Hey.
United Airlines 1893 was delayed. This is Washington Dulles to San Francisco. And the flight was delayed because the Cleveland Browns had trashed the plane. Now, they were referred to as a professional football team in Cleveland on this chat board, saying that this particular plane had been used as a charter aircraft for a professional football team in Cleveland, Ohio. And apparently they had a lot of fun on this flight. It had flown from West Virginia. There's a training camp there in Greenbrier, West Virginia. And on board, the pilot had apologized to the people in the plane afterwards, saying it was the most disgusting he's ever seen a plane in his career. They found special menus with the Cleveland Browns logo in the seat back pockets. They complained of garbage, spilled food, and drink everywhere on the plane.
It's also like a 20-minute flight.
Right.
Like, it's not long.
And United runs a lot of charter business for like the NFL, MLB. But the Dulles to San Francisco, the DC to San Francisco leg for just regular people was delayed. So, and again, it was here in Cleveland sitting there for like 3 hours. You'd think there'd be people out there cleaning it, or I don't know how that works. The flight ended up taking off about 40 minutes late, arriving in San Francisco 14 minutes late. Which, you know what, in the grand scheme of things, not too shabby. A couple of weeks ago, there was this story that went wide about these people stuck on the tarmac in Vegas for 4 hours. On the plane. So they're like people with babies, and they're like vomiting and screaming, and because it's 113.
Why can't
And
they
they're
let
keeping
you
the
off?
eventually, I don't know why they can't let you off, or because they want to wait until the very last minute to go through all that. They go, okay, I guess we're not going anywhere. 4 hours later.
Oh, I'd be so pissed.
And they let some people off. But listen, congratulations to the Cleveland Browns for making the airline industry chat group for trashing the plane. Now, that's defining that as a sliding scale, right? You might look and see a couple of cups and go, this plane's trashed. You know, we all use that word in different ways. But whoever was leaving D.C. to go to San Francisco can blame, according to this chat group, the Cleveland Browns for trashing their plane. If you want to leave us messages on the After Hours line, do that anytime. Voicemails 216-986-8903.
I just wanted to say that Bill Squire is a freaking idiot.
Yep.
If anyone doesn't think Oppenheimer is a 10 out of 10 and one of the best movies they have ever seen, I trust your judgment with literally anything, including what color the sky is. Like, it is chef's kiss brilliant. In my opinion, 2001: A Space Odyssey was probably my favorite movie ever. This is up there with it. It's in top 3 for sure. It is a fantastic movie, and give that man all the awards. Bill is an idiot.
Maybe I am, but I thought it sucked.
I'll take that, Bill.
Talk about fallout.
Right. Well, I just thought it was. I already said everything I need to say about it. I didn't like it. I couldn't hear it. I don't know what Christopher Nolan does. Maybe I have some sensory problems, but I can't hear his movies.
Why is she taking it so personally?
Because people love
why?
close-ups of Cillian Murphy's face. You gotta see it in 70 millimeter because there's a bunch of close-ups of faces.
And by the way, with all due respect, ma'am, I know 2001 is considered a classic, right?
Also don't
Stanley
like that
Kubrick.
movie.
It is the most boring movie you will ever see in your. It is so goddamn boring.
She loves boring movies.
It was a feat of modern cinema in 1968. Kubrick, a genius, yes. The music in the film, yes. The performances, but goddamn, is that movie boring?
Here's what
if
I'm
that's your
gonna say.
favorite movie of all time, it's not a surprise that you think somebody who didn't like Oppenheimer is an idiot. But 2001: A Space Odyssey, very, very boring.
Very boring. And also, I didn't see anybody doing anything as far as performances go in this movie. When people talk about
But is
Cillian
Florence
Murphy's-
Pugh naked?
Yes, that was a great performance of being
That's
naked.
all I
She did a
need.
very good job of being naked and hot.
And 50s Bush, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's 40s, probably. 30s,
40s Bush.
30s, 40s.
Even
yeah.
big 30s and 40s Bush.
Right, because, I mean, it was around that time.
Speaking of Bush, Buzzard Fest, Friday. Show your buzzard for meet and greet passes. We're going to be out there looking.
But don't you agree? Like, there's so many people that are like, oh, this performance was. But, like, Oppenheimer, he's staring most of the movie and then saying.
But I don't get why people take it personally.
I don't either. I just didn't like the movie.
I
thought it
mean-
was an interesting story. I don't think it needed to be 3 hours long. I thought it. Like, they really built up. We're going to see some crazy explosion. And it was just it was the most regular ass explosion I've ever seen. The explosions in the Righteous Gemstones finale this week were better than the ones in Oppenheimer.
Yeah. I haven't seen Oppenheimer yet, but
it's people like it. People like it. I thought it was really corny. There's a scene where he's getting interrogated or someone's getting interrogated while he's watching them get interrogated. And to make sure you know that he's not having a good time, they make the wall shake behind him so you know he's not having a good time.
like the background vibrates or whatever. Yeah.
I thought that was the corniest thing to put in a movie like that. Like, why would you do that?
Well,
and then there's all these little.
It certainly takes you out of whatever the historical record they're trying to recreate.
Right.
is,
And then
yeah.
there's all these moments where there's little flashes of small, atoms and stuff to remind you he invented the atomic bomb. I just thought I didn't think it was a good movie. I thought it was very heavy-handed by
I mean,
Christopher
your
Nolan.
assessment was basically style over substance. That it was very stylized.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But it was style. I don't mind a stylized movie, but in a biopic where you're just trying to tell this story, I felt like it was interjecting in ways that didn't need to. Just to, like, every time you go like 10 or 15 minutes and then Christopher Nolan's like, I made this movie. It's like every time I saw one of those little sparks that he was putting in there, he's just going, Christopher Nolan made this movie.
Right.
It was me.
I just wanted to say that Bill Squire is a freaking idiot.
I wish somebody would talk to me about this instead of just leaving a message. I would love to go back and forth with somebody.
I think
but
she
they
got her
don't
point
have-
across.
She doesn't even have the courage.
You're not going to convince her. She's not going to convince you. Again, I think it's I don't know.
And then Matt Damon's
there's a
character
lot
was
of
the
there's a
best.
lot of movies I like that people don't like, and that's completely fine.
I love.
You know how many movies I've recommended to Mary, and she thought
Are
one and all terrible, and I love them,
Mm-hmm.
but they're not hitting her the right way, and that's fine. I don't take it personally.
And this one didn't hit me the right way. And
I know I should, but
People
I
seem
don't.
to take it personally, and yeah, it's gonna win a bunch of awards because people like when men wear fedoras, but it's in the past. If you wear a fedora now, you look like an a-hole. But if you wear it in the and it's the 40s, you're like, oh, look at these costumes. This is amazing.
Mm-hmm. Didn't somebody tweet us about Floppenheimer or something and tagged you in it?
There's Coffin Floppenheimer.
What's that?
Coffin Floppenheimer.
What is that?
It's a reference to I Think You Should Leave. I don't know. I don't really. Now that it's X, I haven't really been on Twitter. I haven't. I forget that it's a thing.
Because here's the other accusation that people are leveling at you, too. And they've emailed me and they've messaged me. Bill only likes Marvel movies. If he graduated high school, he might like Oppenheimer. This has nothing to do with his grasp of history. The movie is supposed to tell you the history. He very clearly didn't like the way the movie's constructed. It doesn't, I mean,
I do like Marvel movies, and I didn't graduate high school, but Christopher Nolan is one of my favorite directors. The Prestige is one of my favorite movies. I also think biopics get, like, people go crazy for them, and I generally am not a huge fan of biopics.
Yeah.
I think the performances in biopics are, a lot of times, it's just like people looking at other people in like this performance that Cillian Murphy supposedly gave that was so brilliant is just him in muted tones telling him, I need this to build this bomb.
I think so much
it just doesn't. I think comedy gets crapped on for their performances, which is it's way harder to make a good comedy movie where you're funny than dramatic performances. I'm not a big dramatic, and again, this is why I don't like award shows, because I think most of the times when you look back at movies that win awards, you go, well, I don't even like that movie anymore.
I think so much was talked about Oppenheimer prior to the release. Robert Downey Jr. saying things like, I've never seen an actor sacrifice more than Cillian Murphy did.
What did he sacrifice?
Cillian Murphy lost a bunch of weight. Well, because he wasn't hanging out with the rest of the cast, because he had so many scenes and lines to learn and blah, blah, blah. And he was and that's all fine. That's all about the individual performances, but that's got nothing to do with the end product. So again, I haven't seen this, so I don't, I might be of the mind that you are. I might love it. I don't know. I don't mind stylized movies.
With all the hype that went into it, I am shocked that people are putting it like 10 out of 10. It's the best movie ever. It ends with like people like, oh, that ending where he talked to Albert Einstein and goes, oh, we did some bad things, huh? Yeah, I guess we did. But then these people, they did worse things. Yeah, they did. They made our things.
Well, thanks,
not
Bill.
as bad.
Now that I know Einstein shows up at the end of the movie.
Yeah, as a Force ghost. I understood the movie. I know what was going on. I just didn't think it was a good movie. Give me
Poundcake's not even going to go see it.
Give me the Marvel movies over it. The Marvel movies.
He didn't even know who Oppenheimer was.
Not all Marvel movies are better than that movie, but most of them.
Yeah, no, I'm not going.
No, he's not going.
Not
and
in the
he's
slightest.
right. There's no pterodactyls in it. Nothing to scratch his itch.
No abs.
I get it.
I need abs.
No abs. Or right. Only people naked in this movie are women. Woman, right?
Well, he sits in a chair naked, but you don't see his dong or anything.
There's no Floppenheimer in this one.
Floppenheimer.
No flaccid.
Yeah. You listen, if you want to see penises, Righteous Gemstones is your show.
Last week.
Last week.
Episode 7.
Dude, like the whole second half of the season is just dongs.
A lot of penises.
But when I get my internet hooked up.
And like
I,
hard penises.
Ooh. I didn't know that.
When he's helicoptering in the tub. All right.
Oh my God.
I've got to take a break. If you want to send a text for anything, 35192. If you dig the band Asking Alexandria, they are coming through. They're on the road and stopping off in Cleveland. They're going to do a show at the Masonic Temple with The Who. H-U, Mongolian folk metal, right? That scratches you where your itch. I'll have a couple of tickets for you after the break.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
Everywhere on our free
When you stop by
the Coliseum to the Lions. I had not a clue.
Listen to Journalista on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Time to give stuff away. Time to give stuff away.
All right, you want to go see Asking Alexandria? You say to yourself, Alan, why aren't there more British bands touring with Mongolian folk metal bands? Well, the wait is over. Asking Alexandria and special guest The Who, H.U. At the Masonic Temple. It's going to go down Tuesday, September the 19th. MasonicCleveland.com. Tickets, info, everything else is going to be there. Should be a wild show, man. Both of these bands do very different things, but both pretty solid. A couple of tickets for you. Caller 10 for Asking Alexandria and The Who. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
Some things are too good to be true. This thing is too true to be good.
The Alan Cox Show.
True that.
On 100.7 WMMS.
I love this song from Sinead O'Connor. It's called Mandinka. She didn't do a lot of... this is arguably one of the closest songs to rock and roll that she did. But I remember seeing her on Letterman. The first time she was on American television, she did this on the David Letterman show. So this, I was in high school. This album would have been 86 or 87, I guess. And I just thought that Sinead O'Connor was one of the most beautiful women I'd ever seen in my life. Of course, she just passed away a few days ago, but she could be a lot more playful than people gave her credit for. But the shaved head and the whole thing, man, I was smitten with Sinead O'Connor. I was in deep smit. You might have seen Alanis Morissette did this with Foo Fighters the other night. I don't know where they were, but Foo Fighters are on tour. They brought Alanis out to do Mandinka as a tribute to Sinead O'Connor. They also said that Sinead almost had a brand new album done. You know, the people she was working with said an astounding new album from Sinead O'Connor nearly finished. So you have to think that they'll put that out in some form. There's a documentary on her, I think that came out last year. And I guess the guy that was putting that together said that she had almost finished a brand new album. I don't know if any of it got recorded or just written. Obviously, if he only got to the writing stage, there's nothing for us to hear. So I don't know where they were in the process there, but and I remember this video too. Stansbury and I were talking about this tail end of his show, that MTV was launched 40 years ago today, August 1st, 1983, is when the Moon Man planted the flag and launched music television. And I remember this video, even though we didn't have cable, but it was on a lot from this album. And it was upbeat, you know, and I dug it. But MTV, obviously, for Gen Xers and everybody after, MTV, you know, I don't even know if MTV was on for 20 years. I don't think it lasted that long. But at the time, it was obviously a sea change. It wasn't even on every cable carrier for the first few years. So depending on what cable system you had,
Wait, what do you mean it wasn't on for 20 years?
Was
And
MTV?
we're celebrating the 40 years of it.
No. I mean, showing videos. I don't know
Oh.
if it was just videos for even 20 years. But
I think because by the end of the 80s, they had shows like Remote Control and stuff like that.
yeah, but they were still showing video. Like now,
You
they
mean-
don't do any, right? I mean, I
Now
haven't
it's all
watched-
ridiculousness.
It's all right. Yeah.
And
I was reading
Jersey
about
Shore
the
and-
people on ridiculousness are trying to unionize. I don't even know what that means over there, but yeah. So and again, Dan and I were talking about this earlier. The guy that is the CEO of this company started MTV, and over the course of my tenure with this company, throughout all of its name changes and management changes, there were some real dark days in this company because I had the wrong people running it. And this guy, Bob Pittman, who was the CEO of this company, is a sharp dude. He's a creative guy. He's the guy that created MTV. I've never met him. I've never been summoned to any kind of meeting with Bob Pittman. I imagine Bob Pittman doesn't even know I'm one of his employees. Nevertheless, I'd rather have a guy like
You
him.
want to get on his radar? We can talk some crap.
Bob Pittman? Well, I know we were busting his balls years ago for having like the laser fog in his office or whatever, you know?
I don't
Weren't
even
we-
remember that.
Huh?
But yeah.
The laser fog.
What was the laser fog?
He had, back in, I think maybe after he had taken over the company or whatever and from the bean counters, they were making a big show of giving this company a fresh coat of paint, name change when Clear Channel became iHeartMedia. And his, 65th floor office or whatever in Manhattan, when they were like firing people in the company left and right, people were breaking his balls because his office reportedly had some kind of like neon laser fog that you would walk through for a meeting with him. I don't know, whatever, right? CEOs of every company are doing things that us plebes aren't aware of. But I've never met the guy. But again, that doesn't matter. I mean, he's a creative guy, and he seems to be a smart dude. But again, he was instrumental in the launch of MTV 40 years ago today. Now, whether or not he'll be on CNBC talking about that, I don't know. But a creative dude like that, you're always in better hands if there are creative people at the top of your company. Granted, he's got to spin all the plates. You have to have a business mind too, obviously. But we used to have people running this company who, man, it was dark days. So anyway, 40 years ago, MTV. And again, we didn't grow up with cable. So I would only see it if I was staying over at a friend's house. And at that point, all we did was watch MTV.
We got cable around 1989, and we were more of a VH1 family just because the whole Mormon thing, and you could get away with you get away with more on MTV. It was a lot more sexually driven, I feel like.
Well, the early days, now it's all
so-
one company, but the early days of VH1, it was launched right as a more mature alternative to MTV.
Mm-hmm.
Video Hits 1, wasn't that it?
And I just remember there was a lot of Billy Joel and Wilson Phillips.
There you go. Hold on for one more day.
It's a good song.
But boy, that Sinead O'Connor, when she would just stare at you in the camera with those doe eyes and that shaved head, she was single-handedly responsible for me dating at least 2 bald women in college. But who knows if anything's going to come of that album that she was working on. For those of you who were still in the Sinead O'Connor camp, worth looking into. We've got some food news here. Food news! Science has determined what the perfect sandwich is.
Cuban.
It's not racist, Mary. It is the ingredients of a sandwich. Again, I don't know how this sounds like just a survey they took on people. I don't know how that constitutes science. But
is a liar sometimes.
It could be something basic like a turkey sandwich or something.
you're absolutely correct.
Yep.
Tomato, cheddar cheese, and Black Forest ham.
Yep.
The average American craves a sandwich 4 times a week. Over this past weekend, I made some BLPs, and they were delicious.
Bacon, lettuce, and
peach.
What?
I am not a big sandwich guy in general, but
Too much bread and too delicious, we know.
there's no such thing as too delicious.
I hate a soggy bread. It's got to be a bun.
It's not soggy.
That's why you don't put peach on it.
What goes better with cured meat than fruit? You never had a BLP?
No one's ever had a BLP.
I'm sorry? Bacon, lettuce, and peach. You put some hot honey on it, and you're in heaven. What
I'm
are you
sure it's
talking
good.
about?
It actually sounds okay.
I'm
But
telling
don't
you.
sound like it's like this standard.
Don't make it sound like everyone
there's
does that.
Black Forest ham sandwiches, an Italian, and then obviously the BLP.
I thought you guys were going to play along with me.
It's like
but
Alex
nevertheless,
Jones. Everyone knows about this.
Yes.
Everyone's talking about this.
My PB&Js, my pear brie and hamon, those are just as good as my BLPs. No, look, I made a traditional BLT, and then I made a BLP. And, the difference, distinct, but both sandwiches delicious. So the people who took this sandwich survey, their least favorite cheese was Gruyere.
Dude, Gruyere's nasty.
It depends on what you pair it with.
Anything.
Oh.
I also don't like Gouda. Not a Gouda fan over here.
You think it's bad, huh?
Oh, good for you.
Can I go home
for
early?
you.
Can I go home early? Can you guys do the last one on your own? So
Nope.
Bill's going to keep.
There is a guy named, there's a YouTuber who's very popular. His name is Eddie Burback. Maybe you follow him. He's got a few million followers. And because YouTubers constantly need to shovel coal into the furnace, they're just coming up with dumb things to do. And he decided to traverse the country eating at every single one of Jimmy Buffett's Margaritaville restaurants in the U.S. and Canada. That is 22 locations. He did it in 24 days.
Wow.
Started in Hollywood, ended up in Vegas, went all the way around the country. By day 18, he was completely over it, and it just so happened that's when he came to Cleveland.
I don't care anymore. I'm over this whole thing. Today we went to Cleveland, the most tropical Margaritaville that exists. I got a Caesar salad, and the chicken on this thing, wow. Without exaggeration, this was the toughest piece of chicken I've ever chewed in my entire life.
Well, there you go. Congratulations, Cleveland Margaritaville, for the toughest piece of chicken he's ever had in his life.
When they say Cleveland versus the world, it includes the chicken in our salads.
Also the palate.
Yeah.
Cleveland palate against the world. There's a battle raging in the fine city of Akron, Ohio.
Oh, I'm doing Don't Tell Akron this Saturday.
What are you not telling them?
I can't tell.
Now,
I'm doing Don't Tell.
Will you have a pre or post show meal at Ken Stewart's Grill?
Ooh. Because
Because if you do, don't get all up in Ken Stewart's Grill without proper attire. Now, Ken Stewart, he's a restaurateur of some renown. He had a spot in the Flats a few years ago. I don't think it lasts very long, but he's got a handful of places down there in Akron. And people are incensed that they established a dress code. Now granted, people on Facebook who've probably never eaten there or never planned to eat there.
Let me guess what the dress code is.
What?
Top hats?
No. Spats and tails is what No. They said, in response to our patrons' request, Ken Stewart's Grill enforces an upscale dress code. Now, you wouldn't think you'd have to tell adults, hey, when you come here and have a nice meal, don't wear the following things. But you do have to tell adults
Or
in
those inflatable
Ohio.
Those inflatable T-Rex costumes. Don't wear that.
We do not allow beachwear, gym attire, sweatpants, oversized or baggy clothing. Now, some people saw that as a dog whistle. So they immediately jumped on this as racist, where other people said, well, that's racist to say that black people can't dress nicely. You ever gone to church with black folks? No excessively revealing clothes. Clothing emitting offensive odors is not. Now, they mean weed, don't they?
Mm-hmm.
Or body odor or pee.
I think they mean weed.
And probably poop. You can't
Poop.
come in there with poop.
Hey, if you come in here smelling like poop,
You can't have soiled pants
We-
on.
we won't seat you if you come in here.
I have hot snakes, you guys.
What's hot snakes?
It's when the diarrhea comes out like a hot snake.
Andy!
I get hot snakes and bubble gut.
Andy, stop talking about hot snakes.
Well, anyway, Ken Stewart's Grill, little old Akron, Ohio, this Facebook posting erupted into a debate where they got over about 2,000 comments.
My guess, well, first of all, I'm bummed for my dad because he can't go at all because all his clothes. You ready for this, Mary?
Stink like poop?
No.
Oh.
He's named James, so all his clothes are gym clothes.
Still want to go home?
Alan, please let me go home.
Just kneel down.
If I have to sit here, you have to. No, listen, I mentioned this, when we were in Vegas, and you said maybe they're high rollers. Okay, fine. I don't know one way or the other. But in Vegas, where they're
clothes
like,
smell like weed, they're probably high rollers.
We've got a dress code. You got to wear this. And so we got dressed up because we like to dress anyway. And the guy next to us was in like a sweatpants and whatever. In Ohio, you really got it. I don't, huh?
In Akron, Ohio.
Well, in Akron, whatever. I'm just saying, even around here, there's nice places where guys are wearing Browns jerseys. So for a fine
Those are
dining,
like $300.
For a fine,
That is true. That might be the most expensive shirt they have.
Yeah, but it's not a nice piece of clothing.
It's
is my
very
point.
nice. It's stitched.
Just because it's expensive doesn't mean it's fine dining. Everybody
It's got
knows
their
what they're
own
talking
last
about.
name on the back, like they play it on the
says
team.
Donnie Dillhole 69.
Yeah. Yeah. So again, I don't know. People want to
You're
argue
telling
about
me
something.
If you're going to Bernie Kosar's restaurant and you're wearing a Bernie Kosar jersey, they're not going to let you in? I think they're going to let you in.
I don't know. Don't know. Don't like it? Stick to Olive Garden, one person said.
I love Olive Garden.
So people were commenting from all over.
Yeah, that's
because people wanted to jump in and pile on. People who never been to Akron, Ohio. They're never going to go to Ken Stewart's Grill. I've never been to Ken Stewart's Grill, but they want a dress code there. And obviously, they're not the only restaurant with a dress code. There are all kinds of local restaurants. If you go to their website, they're going to go, hey, the Marble Room right across the street.
Mm-hmm.
Mary went. I've never been there. Mary went there.
So good.
You wear a Browns
But was
jersey?
everybody? There was probably one guy there in a Browns jersey.
Well, I said that. He wasn't in a Browns jersey, but he was in a T-shirt and gym shorts.
That's what I'm saying. Like all these places, they're not going to kick you out because whatever restaurant you're at, the margins are so razor thin, they need you there eating. So I get why the management wants to do this because they want a vibe. They want to create a vibe. I get it. I'm happy to adhere to the dress code. But don't tell me we won't let you in if this is our dress code. Because that doesn't imply that it's a suggestion. They don't say, we'd prefer. They go, this is a dress code. I guarantee you, like Mary said, you're going to see more than one or two people at Marble Room wearing a T-shirt. And they ain't going to kick you out.
You just look trashy.
Well, whatever. I'm just saying, if you're going to do this, you got to call people's bluff. You got to go, I'm sorry. I mean, back in the day, 100 years ago, there were restaurants you go to, if you weren't wearing a jacket, they had to give you a jacket. And if there wasn't one that fit you, you're out of luck. There's a restaurant called Shape Hall in Chicago. This is the one that, it's long gone. But this is the one where they filmed Ferris Bueller. The fancy restaurant, right?
I smell rat.
Yeah, you grab me, I yell rat. It was called Shape Hall. This was where everybody saved up their ducats to go to prom because you got crazy dressed up. You spent a lot of money, right? If you didn't have a jacket, they would have to go into the cloakroom, find you a jacket. And if they didn't have one, you're out of luck. Now, this is a long time ago, and they could probably afford to turn people away. They're not doing that much anymore. But people got and obviously it immediately turns into people saying, It's political. It's racial. It's whatever. And that's all silly. It's all silly.
Is it silly? I feel
It
like
is. It's a restaurant going, please dress up when you come here. That's all they're saying. Please dress up when you come here. And the reason that they have to get so specific with what they don't want you to wear is because these days you have to tell people every single thing or they'll go, well, you didn't say that.
It's not in writing.
That's right. You have to put everything in writing now because dummies can't figure it out. You didn't say that I couldn't wear a bandana. Okay,
they're
I'm
just
sorry.
looking for a loophole.
That's what I'm saying, and these people know that. Everybody's looking for a loophole now.
You tell me if
But you
Nelly
know,
comes to
you
your restaurant.
know.
I'm saying if Nelly comes to a restaurant, he's got a bandana, he's got on his Air Force Ones, he's dropping down, getting his eagle on. You're not
Got a
going to serve
Band-Aid on
Nelly.
his face?
Yeah, he's got a
No,
Band-Aid
but
on his
nothing
face.
in the dress code said I couldn't have a Band-Aid on my cheek.
Right, but he's also got a lot of the. He's probably got a ball cap on and a bandana. He's doubling up. You're not going to serve Nelly?
No, this is
I'd
what
serve
I'm
Nelly.
saying. All these places are going to serve whoever comes in.
So what's the point of the dress code?
That's my question. Because
Here's
they're
how you
trying
look while you're
because they're
eating.
trying to set a vibe. They're like, look, it's a nice joint. We're trying to make it a nice place.
I was looking at their menu. They don't even cook their oysters.
What? I'm not getting dressed up for raw oysters. I'm getting dressed up for cooked oysters.
You want me to dress up, but you're not even cooking your food? Okay, Ken.
Figure it out.
Yeah. Oh, God.
How do you become a
Are they
VIP?
Rockefeller?
I don't know.
Oh,
No, they're probably on the half shell.
right, because Rockefeller's at least sauteed, I think.
Not even a whole shell.
Right.
Now, what if you become a VIP? Do you still, because you can sign up and become a VIP here, and does that mean you don't have to follow the dress code because you're a VIP?
Sir, you can't come in here.
But I'm
in
very
your-
important.
Yeah, in your swim trunks, still dripping from the pool. I'm a VIP. There's your food news, anyway.
They're not driven from the pool. I fell in the fountain. But I got all these quarters.
Yeah. All right, I got a break. Want to send a text 35192, AlanCoxShow.com to watch. We'll be back.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS. And everywhere
Tacos, Tequila, and Whiskey Studios.
The Buzzard. The home of the Buzzard. Buzzard. This is 100.7 WMMS.
Cleveland. Call the Alan Cox Show.
Is that what you want to do? Think about it, Alan. Once divorced and a broken man.
216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
I'm bored. I'm the chairman of the board. I'm a lengthy monologue. I'm living like a dog. I'm bored. I bore myself to sleep at night. I bore myself in broad daylight because I'm bored. Just another slimy bore.
Guardians are playing tonight, second of 3 in Houston. They lost last night. Astros are still a pretty good baseball team. 7-3 is the final there. They'll play them again tonight at 8:10. The third one tomorrow is going to be an afternooner. 8:10 tonight, 7:40 is when the pregame will begin here on MMS. And you can also listen on the iHeartRadio app. If you are in the area, that will be the way that you can do it. And then the Guardians will be hosting. They'll be back here at home. The White Sox are in town this weekend. Then they'll play the Toronto Blue Jays. That is a 4-game series. And then they'll face Aaron Savali and his new team, the Tampa Bay Rays, in Tampa next week. We're getting prepped for Buzzard Fest on Friday. I hope you're going to join us. Make sure that you're wearing some kind
dress
of
code.
What's that?
No dress code.
No dress. Well, if you show your buzzard, we're going to be handing out meet and greet passes. We're going to have Confederates in the crowd there.
What's that mean? Like your vagina?
Yes.
You know how on this show we refer to your vagina as a buzzard? And depending on your wingspan, as it were, you don't want to be mistaken for a pterodactyl out there. Show your buzzard for meet and greet passes. WMMS.com, buzzerfest.com, all that kind of stuff. So whether you have a shirt, you have a tattoo, whatever it is, we're going to be looking to upgrade people's experience there. But if you don't have tickets yet, you can still get them, I believe. There's an FAQ list, too, if you go to victorylivefest.com. For people who are going, can I do this? Can I do that? Whatever. Can I wear shorts? Yeah, you can wear shorts. It's going to be 79 and sunny, right?
Wear shorts.
On Friday.
Shorts
Wear
are good.
shorts.
No idea.
Are you going to wear shorts?
Who?
You.
I will not. And we'll be broadcasting all day long. We're just going to be kind of dipping in and out, depending on who's there. Stansbury's going to be there. I think Tony, our overnight guy, is going to be there. We'll be there. RMG is going to be there.
The stars were all there.
What's that?
The stars were all there.
The stars are all there.
Everyone was there.
Our soon-to-be, fingers crossed, award-winning sportscaster, Cody Poundcake Brown, will be there too.
Mm-hmm.
Make sure you vote for him as best sports talker in Cleveland Scene's Best of Cleveland, clevescene.com. A lot of people have been texting me that they've gotten their vote in for you.
Thanks, guys.
That's right. We don't ask much, but that would be a nice thing to do. We would love for Poundcake to be able to attend that Best of Cleveland party, having vanquished every other sports host in the market. You'll have a brand new sports, Poundcake Sports Break tomorrow.
Tomorrow, yeah.
On the show to just really underscore your abilities in that area.
No pressure. I sent the screenshot to my brother, and he was like, over Tony Rizzo? No way. I'm like, you're not supportive at all. You need to go vote. But, yeah.
You don't need him, though, right?
I mean, I would like to have his support.
And this is what I'm talking about. Well, whatever, right? You wish on one hand, crap on the other, see what you got more of.
Yeah.
But conventional wisdom would say, right, no way you're going to beat Rizzo. Around these parts, we've defied conventional wisdom for over 10 years. What everybody tell me when I came to Cleveland? You're going to flop. I said, well, I haven't flopped anywhere else. Why am I going to flop here? People are people. In the immortal words of one Dave Gahan, people are people.
And then
And
what
if
did
you
he
can,
say?
forget. And you can give them a good time, they'll have a good time. Why can't you? If not you, who? If not now, when? I don't think that it's certainly not beyond the realm of possibility that you could garner enough votes to be named Cleveland Scene's best sports talker. Nobody's going to convince me of that. Why would your brother convince you of that? No. Now, he can't even walk. What does he know, right? You'd be taking your marching orders from him. He can't even march.
He's bumbling.
That's right. Believe in yourself. I believe in you. Believe in yourself. Take the initiative. Show people. You ignore me at your own peril, right? That's why I expect, no pressure, but I expect tomorrow's sports break is going to be the greatest one, Bill, that we've ever heard here on this program.
Oh, hell.
No pressure.
Yeah.
No pressure at all.
Donald Trump got indicted again.
Saw that.
That's not even like, I mean, it's news, but it's like, I'm not shocked by that. Like, no one's surprised.
I did like the headline last week. Trump says it's really unpleasant that he has to keep telling Melania that he's been indicted again. And she says, for what? And I say, I have no idea. I have absolutely no idea, Trump says. For what? Like she doesn't know. You know, she had that coat that said, I really don't care to you. I wonder if she's wearing that around him. How does she not know? Of course she knows. That's like one of those dumb fake stories he tells about how everybody calls him sir all the time, right? Melania doesn't. I have to tell her I got indicted. Yeah. The reason you got to tell her is because she's living in L.A. and you're in Florida or whatever. You got to text her. For what? But I just like the headline. You know, it's really unpleasant that I have to keep telling my wife I've been indicted. Well, what are you going to do? You got to tell somebody. Right? She is supporting him more than your brother is supporting you for best sports talker in Cleveland.
Well, they have a child together.
The hell's that got
You
to
have
do
a
with
mom
anything?
together?
Yeah. What?
You were children together.
I suppose.
And you can vote every day, right? At clevescene.com. You
Yes,
can vote
you can.
once a day. Right. So stuff the ballot box.
Again,
Ballots, not bullets.
I think he's just shocked. I think he didn't.
Your
expect
brother?
it- I think he just didn't expect it to come from
Shocked why?
my sports skill set. That's all.
No. You're not going to win because of your sports skill set. You're going to win for the exact opposite reason. You're going to win because this audience, our customers, recognize a unique ability that you have that goes above and beyond the abilities of the traditional sports talkers in this town. What did I say earlier? Anybody can pop open a mic and say the Browns suck. Anybody
That
can
they're
get
not
on the air.
Good passengers on airplanes.
That's right.
They mess
They're
it all
trashing planes from the 1700s. Anybody can get on the air and say the Guardians need work. Anybody can get on the air and say, oh, the Cavaliers are a young blah, blah, blah. Nobody's going to get on and do what you do. Now, there are good reasons for that. It's just nothing we have to concern ourselves with.
Okay, but I didn't explain that in the screenshot. I just said, hey, I was nominated for this. And he said, over Tony Rizzo, no way.
Yeah,
and
over
any
Tony Rizzo.
other sibling would go, hey, awesome. Not your brother. Nope. He hates his own life so much that he can't even come to your defense. He can't even support his younger? Yes. His younger brother. Okay. He's so jealous of your global live stream success.
That's okay. I got him.
Alan, is Mary going to vote for Best Magician?
I did already.
Is that a thing on there? Best Magician?
The Allens,
The Allens.
The what?
The Allens.
Never heard of him.
I saw that.
Who's
No,
the
we were
tabletop?
on the air.
Never heard of him. Who's the tabletop? So you hate magicians, but you vote for them because you're friends with them?
Yes.
Oh, this is why people don't take these things seriously.
Yeah. No crap.
On the live stream, someone said, was going to vote for Mary, but couldn't find the hot little mama category.
Thanks, Mud Skunk. So, best female comedian is what you're looking for.
Well, there you go.
But yes, I did vote for best magician.
Who are the other female? They still break it down by male and female comedians.
They go back
and forth. You don't listen to the show, Alan.
No,
We
I
talked
do.
about
I'm resetting for the people who might be tuning in now.
Yeah,
Play along, will ya?
I'll kill you, dude.
Was this your first week on the show?
There's they go back and forth. Yeah, it's like some years it's just best comedian overall. Some years it's male and female. They alternate. It's you never know what you're gonna get over there. Keep you on your toes.
Well, there you go. So the male comedian category is who? Bill Squire, Mike Polk.
Me? Nope, Mike Polk's not on it this
No,
year.
Mike Polk.
Nope.
He's a
So I actually got a
newscaster
chance. Now I got a chance to actually win because Polk's not on it, and they separated it, so Mary's not on it. So I can actually have a chance this year. Dave Morales, a guy from Lorraine. He wipes back to front. Martin Malloy, we've had him on the show before. He sexually harasses squirrels. Ryan Polk, don't know him.
No relation?
Nope.
Ryan Polk.
Yeah, I don't think so. Ryan's black. And then John Armstrong, and John Armstrong doesn't like dogs, so I wouldn't vote for him. Those are the
So
male
you've got
comedians.
like Oppo research on each one of these people
Yeah,
in
it's
your
posted
competition.
on my Instagram and
You've
my
got a
Facebook.
dossier
Yeah,
for
yeah.
why. Well,
Yeah.
then, I mean, it's easy to cast a vote against. Why should they vote for you?
Because I'm not those four.
It's like when we
Because
voted.
I'm Bill and I'm
But
funny.
what's their Oppo research on you?
I don't know.
They could be doing the same thing.
Good luck. They don't got my platform.
Oh, well, there you go. That is true.
Oh my.
Strength in numbers. They
Hey,
don't
I
have.
just mentioned their name on the radio. What did they do? Facebook post? Come on.
I matched with that guy on a dating app.
Are you serious?
The guy who just walked by with
the
his
guy
dog.
with the dog?
You know why I recognized it is because his dog was in every single picture on his dating app, and
There couldn't possibly be two of those
No, no, no,
dogs.
no,
Look like
no.
a golden retriever.
it was a golden retriever. But between the dog and that guy, I was like, oh my god, because this guy was obsessed with his dog. Like we were planning a first date, and he was like, oh yeah, well I like to go. We can meet for a drink at a dog-friendly patio. Like literally everything about this guy's life involved his dog.
Well,
But
yeah.
and it didn't say that it was. But
that
it
was all
didn't-
he had. He was just getting to know you. Already knows his dog.
It didn't say it was like a service dog or anything like that. It was just like
It was of service to him.
my dog is my best friend and she will absolutely always come before you type of a thing was the vibe of his
You
profile.
don't know that. He
that
just-
was on his profile.
He said she'll always come before
Yes,
you.
she's like the number one thing in his life. The most important thing to me in my life is my dog.
I
She was
see.
in every single one of his pictures.
I
He
like
brought
him.
her up immediately.
And that was a red flag to you.
I thought that was a little obsessive, yeah.
I mean, does your cat not come before Brian?
My cat doesn't come on dates with me, and I don't tell people she's the most important thing in my life.
But technically, you're just not saying it. But if
If I came home and Brian broke the cat's leg, I would move out. The cat already almost broke us
Well,
up.
now you know what to do, Brian.
Nice. Like he's trying to get rid of me. People came all over me.
Oh no.
And I'm pretty sure that guy lived downtown, so that would make sense. to
Are we
see
still
him
on outside? And he could just come like,
walking in. He comes walking back. Yeah, I just thought it was a little obsessive. That's all.
I liked you when you were fat, and this is how you treat me.
I think I might have been fat, actually. I think
You
I
were
might have
fat
been
when you
fat.
matched with that guy.
And I had the
The red
crooked
hair?
teeth and the red hair. Yeah.
It's like, sorry, my dog. Well, then what's the big question mark here?
What do you mean?
You're like, oh, I matched with that guy, but it was a red flag because he liked his dog so much. That dude looked like he was in really good shape.
He was. He was a cute dude. And
Why didn't you go out with him?
Because I was turned off by how much he liked his dog.
Yeah, but
it was weird. to
Dog
be that
versus fat
obsessed.
red hair and snaggle teeth.
Well,
What's
he
the...
matched with me. He had to say yes too.
Right.
So don't come at me like that.
I'm not.
He
That's
saw
what you
something on
said.
there that he liked. Thank you.
Wow.
And I didn't have red hair and fat. This is the year that I got sober. This was when I lost 30 pounds.
Okay.
I still had snaggletooth.
Oh, you weren't fat.
No, I wasn't.
Oh, I see. I thought you were agreeing with Poundcake that was when
was
you were
joking.
fat. Oh.
I bet this guy didn't expect to get talked about on the radio today. He probably just.
He has no clue this is happening right now.
know.
He's
He's
long
no one's
gone.
gonna find
We just
out.
walked in front.
I don't even remember his name, to be honest with
I think the real red flag would be as if he was from South Euclid. Then you'd have a problem.
Right.
Is this dog your best friend or
your partner?
It's your everything, huh?
Yeah, You don't think that's a little weird when people are like obsessed with their animals?
I think if you thought they were hot enough, you'd go on one date and find out like in person. If they put it on their dating app, yeah, it's weird. I mean, but if you talk to them and everything's not about their dog, then you go, okay, well, this is something I can look around. I mean, your cat is important to you, even if it's not in your dating profile. Your cat would be. You just said that if Brian broke your cat's leg, you'd move out.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's pretty intense.
I'd break up with somebody for breaking an animal's leg, even if it wasn't my aunt. Like, if someone just maliciously broke an animal's leg.
Didn't say maliciously. Could have been an accident.
I came home and that
You didn't quantify. You come home and the cat's leg is broken, and he goes, "Oh my God, I'm sorry. I didn't."
Yeah, I'm leaving.
Even if it was an accident?
I don't care. How do I know this accident's not going to happen again the next time I'm out of town?
You were not out of town. You were at work.
Or at work, or at the grocery store, or asleep.
Dog.
Yeah, but you aren't obsessed with your dog. You're not trying to take her on dates, and she's the most important thing in your life, and every single picture of you is with her.
Well, that's because I'm a narcissist, so.
Okay.
She literally cannot be the most important thing in my life because I'm the most important thing in my life. Vote
Hey,
for Bill Squire, Cleveland.
nobody else going to take care of you. You got to take care of yourself.
The Bill Squire Show podcast. Also, you're the same way, Mary, so.
I'm not that narcissistic.
Showbiz is a very self-centered. Well, that's right.
But
that's
I'm not. I don't think I'm narcissistic or selfish. I'm self-centered. I think of myself first usually. But I'm very
it's shades.
giving.
It's a distinction without a difference. Then
I'm very giving. I care about other people and other people's feelings.
But you come first, ultimately.
Ultimately, yeah.
Alan, if Whitney Houston can get into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, then Poundcake can win Best Sports Talker in Cleveland.
Smoke crack tomorrow before you do the Poundcake Sports Break.
Don't smoke crack tomorrow. You'll destroy everything we're working towards. With you becoming best sport. You'll become Best Sports Slur.
All right. Fine. After you win, to celebrate, smoke crack.
There you
I've
go.
never tried crack, so.
Wait till you've crossed the finish line.
Let's do it at Buzzard Fest.
Don't prematurely celebrate. Alan, are you concerned if Poundcake wins that the local sports stations will try to poach him?
I would love that. Please do that.
I wouldn't say concern is the word that you should apply to that, but listen, God bless.
This hot young sports talker, Cody Brown. We got to get him on. We got to get him on our station.
I will lead to whoever gives me an all-access pass to all the sporting events so I can just interview players as they're on their way to the locker room. Wait. Where are you going? That jersey's fitting you nice there, sir. What's your name?
Oh, that's a big
the back
load.
of the jersey. Oh, I'm sorry.
Mm-hmm.
My bad.
You know, they'll let you into the locker room when sometimes they're just in towels and stuff. Sometimes you'll see
they're not gonna let
junk.
me. They're not gonna let me in. I have the face of I look like I'm not supposed to be there, and I'm too excited to be there. They're not gonna let me in. No way.
Hanging out by the showers.
I have a better chance of being snatched up on a sports station than I do getting in that locker room.
Back there with a towel snapping seductively.
I'm taking home like, sir, what are you doing with that towel? I was gonna wash it for him and bring it back.
Sucking it dry. I think I left my microphone back here in the shower.
Yeah, absolutely.
Speaking of the microphone, sir,
I wouldn't even expect it. I have full. I trust the Romo Field security very much.
Sir, usually when people are conducting interviews, they're not on their knees with their head tilted back and their mouth open.
Obviously,
the hot gas.
Obviously, we already know where Poundcake's Oppo research is going to come from. It's going to come from himself. His own words will be used against him.
Hey, I molest children. No.
Not behavior befitting Cleveland's best sports talker. Nevertheless,
Don't try to cancel me.
Look around that and clevescene.com to cast a vote for him. I got a break here. If you want to get the last word in, send me a text 35192. Guardians baseball tonight, 8:10 is your first pitch live from Houston, Texas, here on MMS.
The Alan Cox Show.
On our free iHeart